not really. I did a little bit of roulette.
Welcome to TCH Live. We are here in Austin, Texas at TCH Social. I'm Kyle Frisbee. We'll have some 1-5 no limit holding action.
Oh, we were there.
This is Modelo Coffee. So this was a wild game a couple weeks back when we had it. So I expect these stacks to grow quickly as we go along. I'm joined by Uncle T. Uncle T, how are you, sir?
I just didn't like the poker there.
Yeah, this is going to be fun.
I don't play poker.
Just out talking to the players, taking care of the business. And if it's even a tenth of what it was last time,
Yeah.
I mean, we had 7 out of the first 9 hands go all in. So if we get anywhere near that, I'm going to be a happy boy.
Yeah, I'm very curious. Some of these players I have not seen play below 5-5, 10-20. So this will be, I imagine they're going to be a little splashier, so that'll be a lot of fun. In the chat, say hi to Uncle T and I. Happy to engage, answer any questions, and we'll get started right now. Not a bad way to start for Flacco.
Yeah, not a bad kickoff.
Well, Ace King suited.
Doesn't look like there's much out there for him. I didn't mean we didn't have callers. Toe calls with the powerful 5-3 off. Well, it's because of the 5 of hearts. So that's why it's.
I've been moving around.
Yeah, Toe on stream. He's a regular player here.
Yeah, he can be actiony.
Yeah, not bad. 118 pre-flop in a 1-2-5 game. Check high flop here and a couple clubs for Flacco and a pretty much, well, no, got a gutter for Toe.
Yeah, you get it at 4.
3,
Flacco's
4,
like I
or
like
5
it.
are actually good.
As you can see, the stacks are starting kind of small, so it doesn't take long for somebody to shove in this game. As a 1-2-5 game, it plays a lot bigger.
Yeah, I think last time, correct me if I'm wrong, we had a few stacks crack 3K.
Yeah, very quickly. And it is match, so.
Ace on the turn, great card for Flacco. He's kind of got a chokehold on this hand. He's got top pair, top kicker, and the nut flush draw. So
still going to take a 4 for Toe to get in there.
Yeah.
And he checked it.
9 on the river.
For poker, yeah. Just for these tournaments.
The check is probably going to be a little confusing to Toe. He would put that in his opponent's range rather than his own. It's just a caller. See if he makes a move here.
Yeah, he knows he can't win if he doesn't bet, so pretty tough to just check.
He's going to make a big bet. 120, 125, 145. Yeah, that looks like 125 to me. I think that's incorrect. Yeah.
I would imagine in a moment here, Flacco's just going to go ahead and call this.
I like the bet, but don't think it's going to work.
Yeah.
I just play blackjack in general, yeah.
Got to take a
I mean, all the
stab.
draws missed. There are no straights and no flushes out there.
Blackjack and baccarat, that's all I do.
Yeah, wow, pretty bricky run out.
Yep, he does make the call. And
I
there she blows. Nice little. Flacco's new to our stream. I'll talk to him. So a nice little win for him to start off. That's always nice.
Yeah, good to see Cam on stream too in seat 4. He's also a very respected regular player here in
Yeah, I
Austin.
like playing with Cam.
Has some nice results in the WSOP as well.
Wonder why he's not there. I would expect him to be there.
I believe he was there.
Oh, was he?
I think he already has a huge cash. From what I understand, I think he won about, I don't want to air all his business if it's not on Hinden Mob yet, but apparently he had a pretty big score in a bounty tournament.
So just to remind all of you new chatters that have just gotten in, this is VPIP Survivor. So after 1 hour, we're going to prove the low VPIP voluntary put in pot off the table and bring in a sub. So that we're going to push the aggression with aggression.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how the players handle that. One of the ways to cheaply game that system is do a lot of limping.
Yeah.
But we'll see how the players handle it. I think none of these players are real afraid to put some money in the pot.
The first kickoff last time was, I want to say 36%, well above a tight player's average. Yeah. So we didn't even need it. I mean, it was kind of like the action was so prevalent to begin with that it didn't really drive the action as much as it did like the 5 or 6 hands before or 10 hands before when there were a couple people tight. So.
Four ways to a flop here. King high board.
Another flopped flush draw.
Yeah, nice flop for Cam.
The best hand is going to probably bet this. No, Brian bet it.
Just a gutter for Brad. Everybody else with pretty much air here, so it does get bet into by Brian. Just takes a little stab.
It's like Cam, is he just smooth?
I believe he made a raise.
No, he did raise.
I would
imagine
imagine.
C for Brad's head there.
Imagine that will be the end of this hand. Pretty nearly a min raise.
Easy game. Easy game.
How much was it? 15K?
Playing CLO here?
So they fold around to
Yeah,
Cam.
looks like it already folded so quickly. Yeah, so
Yeah,
Cam
yeah,
will
it
take
was-
that down.
Jeez.
Really quick. As it should be.
And then you fucking ran everyone
And
over?
then he ran the table.
Modelo, of course, in C2.
Yeah, I know. Oh, man, these guys made me play so high.
Our
and then
buddy
I won a car.
Optimized. Seat 8, regular on stream.
He felt
And
bad
some
for
new
him.
players, so this will be a lot of fun.
I tried to rack up after playing 24 kilo with this guy for 4 hours.
Ryan decides to call it my least favorite hand in poker.
So they are employing the limp strategy, it appears, to keep that VPIP.
Yep. Although I think Berger just came in. Yep. He called. Oh, he just called. So it was Cam that raised with.
And Toe says, I'm done with y'all's limping. I'm all in. I got King 10 off. And Berger has sixes.
Yeah, with the sixes might call. I think the A7 is going to fold. Flacco might call though. This is only for a
Classic battle.
273, and he's got one person that Cam did.
Yeah, sixes do call, so we got a classic flip here.
Oh, that's a great board.
Yeah,
Here's
nice
sixes. I mean, so good. Yeah, that's a great board for sixes.
Yeah, after that initial run out, it would have been almost felt unfair if a king or a 10 came
Well,
on
we
the
got
river.
all the way to hand 3 before we had a all in. It's already below expectations.
Yeah, I want to say we had like 8 out of the first 10
Yeah,
last time.
I think it's 7 out of 9 is what I counted.
is that what it
I went
was?
back and watched. We were both so blown away that we were kind of like, what is going on? So this VPIP Survivor is, Adam loves to do this. Just basically keep the buy-ins low, but the aggression high.
Yeah.
And build, some big pots later on that way, because you'll have some big stacks. And also, it's kind of a pride thing, is like when we played the Aggies versus Longhorns, who has to wear the hat.
And I was the one whose pride got
I
hurt.
was not going to bring that up. I was not. I told myself I wouldn't.
I have to use this moment to say once again, I was the second biggest winner that day, though. So.
You swallowed your humiliation with money. Yeah, washed it down with money.
Yeah.
I dig.
Got a raise from Modelo. He's got ace-9 off. And love it. Toe, I don't believe is folded yet. I believe his VPIP is going to be 100% at this point.
Yeah, he's 4 for 4.
He's going to balance his 3 betting range with a 9-7 suited.
Yeah, that's the best hand he's had so far. Ah, the King 10. I hate King 10 now. King 10, the most overvalued hand in poker.
Yeah, I would agree.
Well, that hits nobody hard.
Yeah.
Back doors.
King, Queen, 8.
Yeah, I mean, there's some back doors. No hearts, so really Toe's the only one with the back door. And he does fill in that gap you do want to see that card that's in the middle of your single gap or fill. That's nice on the flop.
Wow, and the small bet will work for Toe. Just, that flop hits his range, so get some respect from his opponents. See the players' stacks and profit loss at the bottom of your screen in green and red.
And hopefully we'll get the VPIP thrown out every once in a while so you can see where that's at. Would like to see the VPIP run across the board just so we kind of know where everybody's at. Some we will not have to, like Toe, we're not going to have to calculate very long.
No shot.
Yeah, I wouldn't if you're keeping track at home of VPIPs. I wouldn't waste a lot of time on Modelo or apparently Toe. At this point, they're going to be
Yeah,
up
and
there.
optimized too. I would never think that would be an issue he has. Although with everybody limping, that a smart player will, especially getting a good hand like Poppy does, just calling for $5 is very useful because when he comes back around, if somebody does make a small raise like this raise by Toe, he can just crush it. Brian, of course, is going to make it bigger.
This is played out perfectly for Modelo, although
does.
Brian does have a big hand. He's got the couple ladies.
Yep, there she is.
And the limp back jam is representative of a very strong hand, which he does have. But Brian,
Why is that? Explain that. Why does that just scream strength?
I think it's a well. Actually, we'll let this hand play out, and I'll expound on that. Classic flip, maybe the most classic flip.
I mean, I'll switch with you. Here, one sec.
So a seat 1-2 battle.
On the spade, at least. On the sweat.
Yeah, he needs another spade or an ace king on the turn to make this hand a little more interesting. Let's see if we can get a spade here. Poppy's doing the right thing. He's getting more chips, which is like putting on your backpack.
Yeah, if Poppy doesn't win, he definitely will not be leaving the building.
No, that doesn't help at all. Nope.
God, the unpaired cards have not run well in flips so far. Brian will take that down. Nice win.
Yeah, that's nice. Queen's hold.
Yeah, so the limp back raise, I think, ultimately what you're kind of saying to the table is I got such a premium hand that I limped in hopes of getting more money in the pot so that I could just jam over the top and steal it or win an even bigger pot if somebody calls. And I think it's also indicative a lot of more inexperienced players employ that move. But if you listen to a lot of higher level poker trainings, they'll actually encourage you to have a limp re-raise bluff.
Yeah.
So I would say that if you're going to do the limp re-raise with aces, to do it effectively, you also want to have some bluffs so that people can't always just say, I mean, because I've had situations, depending on the player profile, where they limp re-raise, maybe I have jacks, maybe even ace king, and I'll just get away.
Yeah.
Because they have, that's always aces or kings, for certain players.
That's interesting. I'll take that to the table. I mean, really. I have done that a few times. I kind of worked that into my repertoire a couple of years ago. That out of position, I just pray that somebody raises so I can. This is a bomb pot strategy, where if you're nerdly positioned, if somebody bets $20 or the whole 45, you just call and pray that somebody raises so you can jam it afterwards. Yeah. And I've taken that into 1-2 and 1-3-2-5 game.
Yeah, in the right spots, that's definitely plus EV. I think it also definitely depends. In certain tournament situations, the limp rejam is much more attractive as well. Queen 9-9 here. Nobody with a pair.
Yeah, the boards aren't really flopping.
Well, technically everybody with a pair, but
yeah.
Well, Toe has 2 pair.
Yeah, pairs love pairs. That's what we always say. But these are overs, so.
Gutter ball for Modelo.
Rough start over here.
Oh, Flacco gets a little bluff through. Gets Toe to fold the sevens.
Yeah.
Nice hand. Cannot blame Toe. You're behind often on that flop, and it's just going to get dicier on the turn and river. Yeah. I think if you have shallow stacks in a tournament, you can do the limp when you wake up with aces or kings, and a lot of times people will just jam with their king queen suited on 8 big blinds, and you can just take their whole stack. But when you're really deep stacked, it's just such a dangerous move, because a lot of times you're going to catch yourself seeing a flop with aces 7 ways, which is when you really should just go ahead and put the mental brakes on that you got to play this hand much more cautiously.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other night in the tournament that because the player said, "Why did you bet so strongly when he saw my aces?" I said, "Because I don't want to play this more than heads up or maybe 2 players."
Yeah.
I don't. You just there's too many
100%.
chances of people hitting straights. You know, I mean that goes back to Dolly's book about saying that there's a straight or a flush on every hand. So you have to avoid the situations where there are too many people in the hand that can hit that.
Yeah.
That you're just mathematically skewing yourself to failure with aces or kings or a big pair.
Well, pre-flop, everybody has some equity, so
Yeah.
you're just giving those players more time to realize their equity. And we got a 3-bet from Optimize and a real hand here from Burger. He's going to flat. Toe also with a nice queen suited.
And I also think that if we do this like with the 2-5,
9 high, rainbow.
Another rainbow board.
Fun.
Deeper stack, less all in.
Yeah, it'd be better. It'd be.
As you can see, Toe has
This is a good
loose amount
crowd
of
here.
equity because
You
of the
guys
big,
wanna do a
big
2-5
clubs
this
that Brian has.
I'm down.
But right now, Ace Queen
another
is
time.
way out in front.
Okay.
Still
Another
out in front.
club. This could get dicey for Toe.
Yeah, it could be getting real dicey for Toe.
Board pair does help a bit.
Yeah.
Makes the flush draw a little less attractive, but
And as you can see, Brian's equity did not jump up a ton because of the 2 clubs that Toe has. Just digging into that card removal of the clubs.
yeah, they're blocking each other's flush. But Toe's going to bet.
He also doesn't have a king to choose from because Optimize has one.
And actually, this is we know he's in bad shape, but this is a great bet by Toe, really. I mean, he
Yeah.
makes the draw. Very rarely is he going to be dominated like this. Does have some outs to a king or a queen that's not a club. Well, obviously it wouldn't be a club, but
You know, and this is where Brian thinking well, there is an overcard.
oh no,
Wow.
flush gets there.
This is going to be actiony. Hand number 7. I'm saying it right now. This is going to be an all-in for somebody. Already got 612 in there. Just a value bet from Brian.
Yeah, it
And
goes.
that Toe is going to jam. But that, again, the 5s. He's like, I hope he just made a straight. And he does go all in.
Yes,
and
it
gets-
is. You know what?
Wow,
That's good
Toe
enough for me,
not
boys.
running well early, but
I just wanted to be Toe. No, I'm
pretty
good.
rough
No,
cooler
no,
there. He
no,
loses
no.
a flip and then gets
Sorry about that, Toe. Sorry
second
about
nut
that, buddy.
flush over or under nut flush.
You were trapping, too. Look at you. Son of a bitch.
I'm sure that's meant in the most loving way that it could be said.
Of course.
Easy game.
I have to keep my defense up. I don't want to go
LV
home.
in
I
chat,
cower, too.
first person to say hello. Hi, LV.
Nice.
See quite a few more of you watching live.
Can't believe you didn't get away from it.
Yeah, chat us up. You're going to enjoy this one. This one starts pretty hot, gets a little warm, cools down just a little bit, and then towards the end, when the stacks are bigger, we're having a ton of fun. So I told Poppy after the last VPIP Survivor, we're going to do this again really soon, especially during WSOP and a lot of our large, higher end players are out of town, and it's the beginning of summer, so people are kind of dealing with kids being home and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This one I definitely want to do
That was
again.
very cheap.
And I will say that we're going to target also having another ladies live stream, and that one, last one was so much fun, and do a little better job of communicating it so everybody knows it's happening. And the ladies came after and said, right after the stream, and said, when can we do it again? They had so much fun. So
Yeah, at the table with a few of those ladies, they
They
really
just-
had a good time.
yeah.
Looking forward to having that back on the schedule.
Steam raise or what?
Toe with clubs again. Queen 7.
Everyone's pretty even so far.
Well, Blake, it was good playing with you, man. It was really good playing with you, man.
5 calls to 50.
Cam will
That's
make
your
the
next
call
VPIP.
along with Burger.
That's your next VPIP game, brother.
You're going before me.
Make sure you save all.
Oh, wow. And Toe flops a flush draw again. This time
Again.
it will be good if he makes it.
he's got to be wondering.
And top pair for Burger.
You're like not playing. You're like still.
Cam with middle pair.
You're producing for the game. but
Some
you can't
backdoor
say
draws.
you're playing correctly.
I feel like it's gonna happen. Might happen to me.
I feel like Toe deserves a club. To a turn. Instead, it's the 5 of hearts. Changes nothing except for pairing the board. Check around, and here we go. Toe with a little redemption. He makes his flush, gets a check mark, and see if he can get some
that king
value.
is he's so happy with that king right now. He's got to be thinking, I have second nuts again. If there's not obviously a
I'm guessing,
full house here. Yeah, nice value bet.
Yeah.
2/3 pot gets called.
Here we go.
Flush for everybody.
So he gets a little bit of it back, not the full amount. Well, folks, real quick, I'm going to tell you about our tournament coming up here. We're going to have the summer warm-up June 12th through the 16th with a live streaming, my partner Kyle and I, on the 16th, that Monday. We have 6 full flights and then a couple of turbos, as you can see, on Saturday and Sunday. Come down. Day 2 will be Sunday. $100,000 guaranteed. I'm saying we're going to go way over that.
If the button wins,
I think the timing's good. I think the tournament's good.
Yeah.
$300
Lots of
buy-in.
flights. Good buy-in level and guarantee.
Everyone got theirs?
Yeah, come down from Dallas, up from Rio Grande Valley for that one.
I'd love to see the RGB. I saw the commentator for the RGB. His name's just gone out of my head because I'm old. But he stuck his head in while we were doing the live stream. He was like, hey. And then I didn't get to see him again. I'd love to see the RGB people come up. And always the Houston people, of course.
Yeah, they're tasty.
You need any excuse to get out of Houston.
Devin says huge tournament, only $300 buy-in. Heck
Ticket
yeah.
shots now? Yep, we're ticket shots. Well, that looked like maybe some tequila shots there, which I'm always in favor of.
Brad's turn with King Queen here. And a couple of 8s for Cam.
Snowman, nothing but snowmen. Of course, Brian and Flacco, he's not going to get another.
Love it.
Ooh.
He's going to go after all that dead money. Stands to make $110 if this just folds through.
And Brad's got this, you look at that equity, and that seems so large.
Yeah, don't blame. He obviously, we know he would have been flipping, but you're just dominated with King Queen so often when somebody
and there's
jams.
so many people behind him too. That's always a thought when you've got a hand that you just called it.
You had 2 of mine.
You get two, yeah.
Yeah, Cam lets the table know he jammed it. Nicely played, Cam.
Very, very nice.
Suited ace is Isaac. Do we have an Isaac at the table? We don't know.
Huge tournament, won $300 buy-in. Hell yeah. Only $300. I like the way you think, Devin Dog.
Yeah, 300 is a really, I think, just a very good buy-in amount for trying to get those a little bit bigger fields. It seems like if you go above, it's kind of more the little bit higher roller tournament players.
Yeah, you want recreational tournament players to make up the main constituency. And you will get that at $300.
Yeah.
Always. If you have a $600 buy-in, there's a lot of people like, you know what, that's 6 or 5 of my $120 buy-in tournaments that I play regularly. I know that's how I think. So, yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and a lot of them are buy-in plus an add-on. So, Isaac is the RGB.
Dude.
Thank you, Suited
As soon as I
Ace.
saw that, I was like,
Builder bet.
yeah.
This guy's been in the fucking streets.
More
He's been in
limping.
the VPIP lab.
Well, we do have a race.
If it limps to me, I got a min raise to get my VPIP points.
Yeah, Isaac stuck his head in, and I was by myself that day, if you remember.
Yeah, that's
left
honestly,
me
that's
hanging.
messed up.
I apologize.
Yeah, you got kids. I understand. It's holiday weekend. And he stuck his head in and he said, you need anything? You need any help? And I said, no, I'm good, thank you. Because, people say, hey, can I get you?
Right. Oh,
And
you
then afterwards,
you
I was
didn't even
like,
know what he was trying to help
he
with.
was like, I would have loved to have had him
Yeah,
in the booth. You guys bore me after a while. I needed some fresh blood in here. 35.
Got a flush draw here from Modelo.
5, 6, 7.
Queen 10 has a gutter for Cam. Modelo with a lot of outs. Cam a bit ahead here, but 4 of spades on the turn, just a total blank, and the river is a 9 of clubs, so Cam going to be good here with just queen high. And he's going to overbet it. Not by a ton, but overbet.
Yeah, and he's going to get it through because what's Modelo?
Yeah, Modelo's just got nothing.
I mean, that kind of bet with the amount that Cameron has behind, I don't think he does this unless he's got it.
Yeah, and kind of like the limp re-raise we were talking about
Yeah.
earlier, the overbet is another one where people will figure out if you only overbet for value or only overbet for bluffs. So it's important that you, as best you can, maintain a balanced image around your overbetting. Devin,
No, I'm going to be in the casino most of the time.
in chat.
Yeah, we'll leave that one alone, Devin.
Brian, the early winner, up almost 1K.
I could, and I would.
All right, 7-deuce, optimized. Yeah.
I was about to go get water. Y'all wouldn't know that. Uncle T did, but I've got to see Optimize play 7-deuce here.
Yeah, I hope he had that look on his face. That was
Yeah. I tell you what, in a game just last week, win a hand with 7-deuce, that is an extra level of accomplishment.
he does this call.
Hey, makes a call.
Let's look at a mystery hand that Berger called with as well. Race, I like that hand Cameron has. You get a lot of callers that are canceling each other out up in Broadway range.
More injuries since the
Put those on there.
You acting real new right now, Berger.
I know, he's acting real new.
Ace high flop, Modelo, two pair in fact.
for Modelo, yeah. That's the end of that 7-deuce hand. And really, you know, a pair, bottom pair for Cameron. Not much else for anybody else.
And, you know, Optimize can hit runner.
Yeah, hard.
Cam's going to bet with his pair of fives and get a raise here from Modelo. No, just a call from Modelo. Just going to try to keep those weaker hands in there. And Modelo just keeps getting better. He's got 2 pair and the nut flush draw.
Cameron can hit an 8, but
8 or 5.
Yeah, 8 or 5 is the only thing he can win with. Doesn't get it.
And Modelo flops 2 pair and ends up with the nut flush.
Yeah, that's
Not a bad.
not a bad way to go.
Yeah, not a bad run.
He is not going to get called.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cam just a absolute pure bluff catcher. Modelo would have to be bluffing with king high of some sort to quick fold. Modelo will take it.
Well, folks, once again, for those of you that just joined
Can I get a 3-back?
Yes.
the chat, yeah, quite a few of you, almost of 100 early in the proceedings here. Call your friends, call your relatives, call the neighbors, tell them we're on live stream. This is VPIP Survivor. So we are about a half hour into it, and at the 1 hour mark, we're going to boot somebody off the island.
Oh, look at that.
You got backup players out there in the
Folding pair.
cash area that are willing to come in.
Wow.
Last time it with the VPIP was like 36%.
Wow, very impressive. I believe him.
It was the bottom pair, but it was a pair.
And we're playing 1-2-5. So welcome TCH Social in Austin. This is Uncle T, my partner
Bottom 2 pair.
Whammo is out getting a drink real quick
And I was just so confused.
as we
Every time they
do
were talking about the
hand
numbers.
number 12.
Wait, is that what it means?
Just click. Bottom pair.
Kings for the Berg.
Ship it.
You're kind of
Yeah, no attack. Falling behind. I gotta make moves here.
Ace 10 is going to make the call. Oh, Ace 10 folds. Red shoved. Like you're going up against the kings. Excuse me, folks. I'm getting West Texas out of my throat.
Burger in good shape for a double up here.
Looks like we're going to run it twice, as you can see from our graphic on the right. And the first board is an ace. Merry Christmas.
Turn. Oh, he still has heart. No
The
good.
hearts were
And he had the heart too. Oh my god.
Wow.
yeah, they both raised
There's
cards.
a lot of birds. Oh.
Go 2 hearts.
Running hearts, an ace. Good for Brad.
Okay, that's kind of something.
10 has got the 7. But
Wow.
wow, that's a come behind sweeper.
Yeah, that's just a. It's. It doesn't seem like it necessarily if you don't play a ton of poker, but that was a pretty brutal first board for Brad to waste
like
an
that in the
ace and
tournament last night.
not win.
Went from hero to 0 to hero.
5-6. What a scoop. That never happens to me when I have kings versus aces.
Modelo says with bitterness in his voice, "It never happens to me." You know what is my joke? What do I always say about kings? That there's supposedly like a 14% approximate chance that on any board will be an ace. It's 90% if you have kings.
Oh yeah.
It's just freaking every time.
Got that one in the book.
You know what I've almost done just for a little bit of sanity is I'll just tell myself, well, I expect there to be an ace. I'm going to try to figure out how to navigate that.
Yeah.
And when there isn't one, I'm like, oh, shoot, there's not an ace.
Yeah.
All right, now what are we going to do?
Yeah.
This part's easy.
Yeah. And then you lose to 2 pair.
God, see,
you got
you might need a little run good to help your.
Dude, I'm a little bit traumatized right now.
Just do your best, man. Just do your best.
I have PTSD.
He's like, how can I get the second lowest every round?
Just try your best, okay?
They're definitely winning first.
Oh, got a couple of queens. PTSD.
My limp folding is
Struggling with this one, Tom.
Post poker.
Oh, traumatic stress.
Yeah. QQ. QQQ. We've seen that a couple times. All right, this is the second one, I guess. And not a lot else. Flacco's got the 7-deuce this time.
Not sure if the 7-deuce game, is it on?
No, not that I heard.
Oh, wow. Again, last time we had queens, we had ace-king as well.
Yeah, it's all in, too. It's going to be exact same result. Well, we're starting to pick up the all-inness.
How brave am I?
Man, Brian in a pretty good spot to be up the 2K stack pretty early here.
Yeah, and he shoved over the top. He does not want to play with
I
it.
know. That's what I was thinking about. That's the only thing I was thinking about. Yeah,
Bobby thought about it with 7-6. That'll make you think and then fold.
calculating.
We haven't seen another ace or king, though, right? I believe all of Chase is out live.
Ace, kings, or queens. So
And Optimize in there with 5-deuce off. Love it.
I like ones, but
What?
I'm willing to do what you want to do.
Let's go.
what? He's counting on them having the same hand.
Well,
I don't make
I think we
I
can all
don't make the
agree
rules.
you have to root for Optimize all in with 5-deuce
Okay,
off.
they said the same thing. I'm like,
If he wins this hand, this is going to be awesome.
All right, I'm gonna scoop one. I'm gonna scoop this. Mark my words.
3-4 on the flop, just a sweat. 3-4. 3-4 on the flop. 3-4 on the
I mean,
flop.
you don't want to go with the high-low at least? Like a king 5, probably?
What else is our diamonds are live for Optimize? He could make the whole flush.
Double.
So Optimize for a pretty specific run out here.
That's the nuts. Those are the bottom 2 cards.
Yeah, those are nuts. Bottom 2.
Ripping it once. There's
There's
a deuce.
Oh, he's
Top pair for
live.
Chase.
Oh,
Got a hold.
it's got a hole.
Need something.
He holds. Wow.
What is this?
Nice.
I guess we should have gone twice.
Oh my gosh, that's the highlight reel right there.
You know, I have done this for a couple of years
All
now.
good poker.
It's got to be one of my
It's all
top
good
10
poker. Y'all
favorite
are
games.
good. All good poker.
Being 5-deuce off, crack ace, king, and
And
queen.
I was going to get kicked out for the lowest
Yeah,
grip?
that's played all along. You still waiting and get kicked off.
Yeah,
See? I'm not hitting running. I'm just getting that you're making me lose.
That's the kind of game we're playing. 5-deuce off is the nuts.
Yeah, That's freaking hilarious, folks. If you just joined us, you missed the end of the night already.
Great move right there.
5 on the
Ace,
turn.
king, queen
I start
versus
with
high
queens, and
queen.
somehow I'm the lowest one.
We're out of our depth here.
You got the worst hand.
Yeah.
You didn't know what the worst hand.
Yeah.
Literally, he plays the one hand and it's deuce 5 off.
Like 2 of the top 4 hands in poker versus literally one of the very worst.
Up with the 5 Dewey.
5-deuce prevails.
The game is still, guys. It is.
It wouldn't have played
Andy's
any other
good.
way.
Yeah.
Too good for me.
He hit the flop, you know what I mean?
Are you not entertained though?
He would have kept
Optimized now
everybody just
second
flats him there.
on the
He's still getting all the
profit
money in.
leaderboard.
Yeah. You can't play it any other way. You can't play it any other way.
SMH means
You can't play
shake
it
my
any
head.
other way. That's it.
Shake my head.
Shake my head?
Like,
That's
oh
true.
my
Neither of us were
goodness.
going
Kind
anywhere
of.
on that.
Yeah.
I thought it meant something else. Sharp my hose?
I don't believe that's what it is. I'm pretty sure that's not it.
Isn't that not it?
I'm pretty sure.
No. Okay. Sorry, I'm old. I got to figure these out. You know, you got to help me out. People send me SMH. I'm
Mike
like,
squeezes all these guys out of the pot.
We got ace queen here from Burger. After he'll 3-bet, Cam's raise.
Well, at least the hand that I suggested him to play would have won as well. I thought
the
he
way
could do
this
that,
hand,
or
or this
king
game
five.
has been,
King five would have been good too.
I guarantee you, I'm going to give credit to whoever bought the tequila shots on that last hand.
y'all like yours? Good switch right now. Are you okay with it? One switch. Yeah, one switch.
I'm down.
It's not that
That's
type
so
of game.
crazy.
They won't let me.
It's like Blake knew. It's like optimized new.
You know, there's also, I believe, something about having a good attitude about it. I don't truly believe what I'm saying right now, but it does seem when somebody's like, "Yeah, I'm in there to splash around."
Yeah.
If they really, really want it, it seems like it doesn't count. That a
Clubs?
was racing the nuts. Second. Oh, that's great. And
Well,
not the flush.
yeah. There were a number of flushes, obviously, but the
Hey,
nuts
this was yours, I think,
right.
too, brother.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely.
Burger will win a
Those
small.
were-
I want to say we've had in 14 hands. I want to say we've had 8 all in
I don't
so
think you got
far. I
those.
should have been tracking them.
Professional.
Slow down a little bit once
If a player
the
leaves
stacks
early,
get
that
deeper.
counts for the defense removal, right?
Can't leave early.
He's trying to. He's
Raquel
trying to
is
Add on right here. I'm just,
in Costa Rica, one of my favorite places in the world. Love Quanticast. Yeah, they have poker there too.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I'm not sure what Raquel's getting at there, but I believe Optimize is a
Yeah,
married man.
you know, it just this is the moment. I was going to leave that first line out of there in case Optimize's wife was on the chat today. So let her respond to that. That's her territory.
I think they're just
Look at Optimize just sitting there. Oh, he was converted
I
to.
have more of a pool.
You know, but it's more important. It's an offer to come play poker.
It's true. There's
That's
some
a lot more
incentives.
important.
Some incentives were offered.
And it's in Costa Rica, which is one of my favorite places on the planet. Have you ever been there?
I have not. I've heard it's great though.
Oh yeah, I was in Playa Tamarindo, which is
for the lowest.
the lowest is going to be over 50. That's
a
right.
beach.
I'd say over 60.
And went inland to Mount Arenal, and I love the people. I love the place. I love that place.
Only negative I've ever heard is that if you go at the wrong time, you might get rained on every single day.
But it's cool.
Oh,
If you're
it's
in the
nice.
jungle, like we were doing zip lining, we would like hop out of the trees and you'd get a shower before
Kind of
you get.
enjoy it.
Oh man,
Yeah.
it was a blast at Mount Arenal. At night, there's like a cloud cover over it, and you can see the lava glowing in the cloud.
Oh, cool.
According to Toe, yeah.
Ace Queen suited for Modelo.
Sorry, I just ranted about. I'm sorry, I gotta go make a plane.
He was already.
I gotta get on a plane.
Booked to Costa Rica. Flacco with the jiggities.
No, he read the
And
strategy.
he's just going to call.
Oh, I'm tripping. That's my bad. I thought he was a straddle.
Not sure if he's playing them carefully or disguising the strength of his hand. Maybe both.
Oh, just to go more than a straddle. I didn't know this.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good.
I got killed with jiggities yesterday.
Yeah, Jack's gained a lot of strength in a game this active.
Yeah, that's true. And it was a blind all in, and I called with jacks, and the guy
And-
next to me called with ace king.
Joe has ripped Queen Jack suited, and
All in.
man, he is stuck, and it's not headed in a good direction.
Is stucker a word?
He's headed towards Stucker. Basically, almost two worst hands he could be up against. I guess Modelo could have queens.
How you doing over there?
Yeah, he's got clubs. That's about it. Clubs in the straight.
This is third time with clubs. He did make a flush last time.
He's the jack, hopefully? Oh, perfect.
He's going to have to go and optimize well to win this one.
Oh, shit! You got one of my outs.
What are these real hands, you guys?
Victoria in chat.
Well,
she's ready to go
makes
back
me
to
feel
Costa
so much
Rica.
Clubs are coming.
Makes me feel so much better.
And you know, it's the optimized family killing it. We got the win of the night or the hand of the night, and maybe the chat.
Maybe the chat of the
of the
night.
night.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Cross-continental chat going on.
Grenades out there doing it.
Ace.
Victoria, we're so glad you're here.
Victoria, all this time we didn't know you watched either.
Yeah, I know.
Ace 10 of clubs.
Spouses are supposed to like get involved here.
Yeah.
Maybe ridicule the spouse a little bit.
Yeah, we need your support. We need to.
Warriors out, you guys are in trouble.
Got to see where all that vacation money's coming from.
Yeah.
I want the board to make a hand.
Yeah.
Big pot here, 2K.
Jesus Christ, though. You're in the worst position imaginable.
Flip between Modelo and Flaco. Token with the help.
Baby cards. Baby.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what that means, but I like it, Flaco.
And great flop from Modelo and turn and river. Man, once again he flops two pair and rivers the nut flush.
Wow.
Modelo running pretty hot.
Pretty well. That was Poppy and Flacco. Folks, I always take notes during the stream so that we can put a nice little reel together, little highlights of a fun game, which always look for that on YouTube. We put those little highlight reels. We're at hand 15 and I've got 4 already. I'm like, my pen just exploded into flames. So that's how this night's going to be. We may pull a muscle tonight. You and me.
Yeah, I mean, I think I may be hoarse by the end of this.
I may hurt my knees begging Raquel and Victoria to take me on their.
Yeah, I kind of make it a point not to feign fake excitement on the stream, but any excitement you heard already was genuine because of the wild action.
This is why I was telling somebody I was so happy. They said, "Oh, you're gonna have one of those games?" I said, "Did you watch the last one?"
Yeah.
I guarantee you, Optimized is in heaven right now. He's got both 5-5, which is kind of the same guys the whole time. And this game, the energy in the room, you can hear the way they're talking. We probably should shut up if we weren't all talking at once. We could hear him. He's having more fun now than he typically does.
Yeah, I believe so.
And he got invited to Costa Rica, so he's having a good night. As deathly silence falls over the room at the moment, I quiet down.
Cam's gonna play 9-10 suited.
I love that hand.
Pretty excited to see these VPIPs. There's a couple players that I think might be coming up the rear, but there's going to be some very high numbers.
Another 10-9, another 10. So I'm liking the 10-9 left. Ace 10 for Brian.
You gotta think about it. You gotta wait 3 hands real quick and then run.
Cam, maybe he just calls.
You gotta go in your straddle and then make it back.
I'm telling you, it's the design.
Wow. What a move, bro. What a move.
And Chase says that's enough dead money for me. He's been, I believe, on the tighter side, if there is such thing in this game, so he might get a little respect.
I'm gambling. I'm on it.
Yeah, gets Brian to fold ace 10.
I thought this game was Rice. I guess it does not.
Yeah, I think they're all going to swallow this one.
Yeah, and if I'm Brian, the ace 10 is going in the muck pretty easily as well. But Flaco says, my turn with 6 high. He's all in.
What? And Cameron's like, oh, now I'm getting value with a really good Giant Slayer. And, look at this. There's no shared cards. There's just some clubs that kind of reduces Cameron's.
Yes. Be a relatively fair fight at this stage.
And he does call. Wow. Let's go is right.
You're clean. 2-5 off? Oh, yeah.
It's really
Give
bad,
it-
though.
Didn't take long to go off the rails.
There's better spots out there.
Well, I got news for you.
I
Chase
got it.
did not
You got a
fold.
pair?
He is all in for 390.
All right, guys.
I have 10 high.
I folded that 6 high.
Yeah, Chase
Oh, yeah.
has about half the equity here.
Go.
Flacco actually a little bit ahead of
Good
King.
pull, Brian. I guess.
Honestly, I think you're winning.
No,
That's
you-
winning.
you know who's
That's my
winning.
favorite hand.
You know who's winning.
You got a good
I know
chance.
you guys are all
who's
playing with this
winning.
piss. I'd have gone in.
Well, we got a $1,500 hand, and my pin's blowing up again.
Oh, good luck,
you're
guys.
good, right?
Good luck.
Good luck, good luck, good luck.
This is really how I imagined.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
6 high.
So we got Flacco.
I did have a moment of
The
thinking
6-5
what
versus
happened to you
Cameron with the
before I put it
10-9. And Chase,
Somebody with 9.
as you can see, with a majority of the equity, but it's not a lot.
I was raising with
We
ace
did it
10.
once, right, guys?
2, 3, 4. One time. Real quick.
8 high.
Okay,
Doesn't connect with anyone yet. Oh, Flacco hit. He's going to turn up there.
Like it, yeah, Gene's gonna
That
win.
was too good. You needed something worse.
There is some justice in the world. Best hand wins this time. Chase, very nice spot there. Devin says these guys are not afraid to pull the trigger. That is
130 from you.
very true.
That's correct.
It's
Do we have the
Chase,
king
green
queen on that
numbers.
hand?
Keep chipping down.
Sorry?
Do we have the king queen on that hand?
Chase.
Chase.
That's yours.
It's
Sorry,
into
guys.
green
I'm
figures.
like a statistician right
I could have sworn
now.
I was going to win that one, honestly. It's crazy.
It,
Your hand did look
y'all
good.
can't see, but Uncle T looks like a lawyer with his yellow notepad.
With my legal bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they are not, Devin. They are. This is how it was before. Again, we're at hand 17, and we've had probably 9, 10 all-ins, maybe more.
Yeah, possibly more.
And you, okay,
Here's
our
the VPIPs.
Look at the VPIP.
Yeah.
Brad is behind at 56%.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it 5.
For those not familiar with this particular stat, a standard winning VPIP in just a regular game would be somewhere in the high 20s, maybe low 30s. So 56 is
5.
very high for the lowest VPIP. Modelo, unsurprisingly, along with Cam, leading the way.
What's your black chips, man?
Great.
When did we start, Poppy? 5:45?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
We got 10 minutes left.
We're just in the first hour?
Optimize calling
Yeah, I'm
out
not
that
too
there
sure,
is
but yes.
10 minutes left
Yes, you're the
in the
5.
VPIP game till someone gets voted, well, not voted, but eliminated from the island.
Listen, I want to be real clear. This is mine. This is my limp. This is a call.
Toe gonna limp king queen, be a little trappy here.
Declared?
Oh, he's only got.
It's on me?
Did he add on?
Call.
Graphics shows 66 behind. I'm not sure if he added
Make
cheats.
it real visible, Poppy.
Boo.
40.
Boo.
It makes it 40. 4 makes it 40.
Yeah, Toe's stack size is wrong. He's got some black chips there, and he's about to put them in.
Find out.
Oh, shit. Well, shit.
574.
Easy game. Wow.
Looks like Toe's gonna have a little under 400. Excuse me, 571 in fact.
What's going on with that?
And he'll just take down the blinds, or the limps.
Tell us that.
I do it fine no matter what.
We've heard that before.
Yeah. He wanted the call from my hand, for sure.
Based on the fold, he loves the call.
My hand was not good.
Call already for the record. Voluntary.
Voluntary call from 6.
We gotta make our case every time we do something. And that was voluntary.
And another appearance of the queens, and it looks like we might have a cooler materializing. Chase has jacks, so in a tough spot. Oh, and Brian with ace queen suited.
Now that is VP denial.
Brian just rips it.
That is VPIP.
So it's coming up. You said there were 8 minutes left. I have to do something.
Hey, a call does the save.
Oh, I didn't understand the rules. I didn't know what was going on here. Okay, no one explained this to me.
Nobody gets free. No limp. No limp VP.
I guess in theory, it's a blocker of RV.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, I just know in this game someone's gonna call me. So.
Of course.
Yeah,
Like,
they should
Right all in with his ladies.
Like, you're up in the lab all day.
Yeah.
That's the best way to play this game.
He's got the most equity here.
1100.
Hey, Poppy.
50 or so?
Hey, Poppy.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Poppy.
Chase makes the call.
Or not even.
He's
like,
Jax. He's going to need some help.
Get that shirt.
This one?
Yeah.
Vegas.
Where at?
The cookie store.
Okay, he has not released those chips, actually. I don't
It's a
believe he's
bakery.
called yet.
And it's called
I thought he had
no,
released.
It's the dispensary, yeah, but yeah, it's cookies.
It's like he's going to think this over. It's a splashy game, but
Buy those straps.
Thank you.
jacks shrink pretty quickly when you see a jam
it's
and
not
a
on the
call.
strip, it's off the strip. Fuck, I can't fucking.
I thought it was by the stratosphere. I thought there was one there.
Chase, nice laydown.
Uh-oh.
The queen's been
Okay.
popping up.
Memes everywhere.
Yeah. I'm supposed to never.
Yeah.
Wait, are we switching now?
Nah, the whole
They
thing
were
again.
not allowed.
What a fucked up day, man.
You got the queen twice. Oh!
Oh!
Wow!
That ain't looking good, Jack. No.
At a queens
Jacks weren't coming. Don't like it. Don't
for
like
Brad. We're going to take this one down.
Damn!
Good, nice. You got one ejection.
Well,
it. Yeah,
100%.
he's actually out of
Ace
here.
We're gonna have to
queen
load
on
him off
top.
the off island.
You don't even got to see his VPIP.
It's like add 4 point. I mean, minus 4 points to VP.
And you just ripping hey, he's getting ready to come in.
Hey, listen, I went all in with that.
He's getting ready to come in. He's doing push-ups.
He's like, I got Jack's ready.
He's doing push-ups.
Wow!
He doesn't know those.
AP saying we should move this to 510. You'll see that the game will morph. We've done this style of stream a couple weeks back, and as the stacks get deeper, the dynamics change a bit. So you kind of get, like Uncle T was saying earlier, sort of 3 chapters almost to this game.
So many real hands.
Yeah.
So many real hands.
His real hand is out.
So Modelo leading in VPIP and winnings.
I'll limp jam everything.
Optimize, Chase, Berger, Brian, Brad, all winning. Fortunately for Toe, quite a bit of run bad early. Long way to go. We say it every week and it rings true. A lot of times you'll see someone go worst to first after the first hour to the end of the stream. We'll be with y'all until 10 o'clock Central here at TCH Social in Austin, Texas. I'm Kyle Frisbee. Uncle T alongside me. Great. He'll be back momentarily.
It's always worth $5. It might be. I haven't thought about strategy too heavily.
Brian, he's got a couple of 10s.
2 calls, 3 calls, 4 calls.
Yeah.
He's going to get a whole bunch of calls.
That was our chance. We could have got him out of there. Yeah.
9 calls.
I could have got you out of there. Yeah. Yeah.
Not really how you want to go to a flop with a couple of 10s, but if he hits a set here, be very profitable. Unfortunately, queen high flop, and that's going to hit Toe. Toe's got top 2, so didn't run good early and in a great spot here. And Toe will check. Pretty relatively wet board, so gets a bet from Brian, and Cam makes the call. So Toe says, "Here's all of it." It's going to be some bad news for Brian and Cam.
Gosh, what do I always say about 10s? Jacks are crappy and 10s are just crappy jacks. because they're just almost always an overcard. Although he does have a backdoor heart, he does get out of the way too.
And Cam makes the call. So I was
Wow.
about to say he's going to think about this because Toe would play it very similarly if he had a
or
draw,
Jack
and
10.
it's a very wet board.
Yeah, he
so.
could be playing Jack 10 here.
Unfortunately, he's drawing nearly dead
Nearly.
and dead now.
Yeah.
So plays out kind of perfectly. It was talking about how folks can go worst to first and Toe the big double up there. Will cut his deficit under 1K.
Well, sorry I had to step away. I had to get a player in because we are coming up on the time on the 15-minute delay. We're going to be losing one of the players, and I had to line up another player, which we got
man. You did it.
coming in. So that's again, folks, get on this list. We're gonna be kicking players off the island. Got a couple of more out there lined up. And whoever's the lowest VPIP, which is going to be around 50%, I guess. Kristen our producer, will tell the dealer, and the dealer will say, "You're gone." By the way, did talk to Optimize. He says his wife and his daughter are on the chat.
Oh, very
So
nice.
we've got the whole Morgan family here.
Beautiful.
Everybody but the
That
captain.
may be
I
a
guess.
first. Multiple family
Yeah.
members.
And they all want to go to Costa Rica. So do I. Maybe I'll change my last name to Morgan.
And I
I'll
believe
be
that.
Grandpa Morgan or Captain Morgan, you know?
That's really like
I didn't even get a smile out of it.
That's not true. I'm smiling right now.
Yeah, but it was kind of a sympathetic smile. It wasn't sincere.
well.
It's like, bless your heart.
If I'm going to give you the smile, you can't critique the
Yes,
source.
I
Of the,
can't categorize it.
yeah, you can't not give me credit. Ace Queen for Flacco.
You're in there.
Yeah, you gave me that smile when you walk up to the door of the bar. That was the same smile you gave me. Oh, bless your heart.
I don't really do that too much. They usually walk up to me.
Oh my
actually.
gosh.
That was for you, Uncle T. If you're listening, that was a complete joke. I
Do keep in mind,
take me too
ladies,
serious.
that Wabo is a single man.
Jack high flop, Ace Queen still good.
One little look, huh?
It was a good look. That's like just a little look.
That's all it took.
Got it all in from Brian, and I would imagine Flacco must have called. No, he
That would have saved me a lot of trouble.
appears to have folded.
I had to take a look. Just a little look. See.
Very nice.
I would have had to call, and you would have been.
Yeah,
Wow,
well,
very nice.
post flop, no pair. It's pretty
Brian
tough to
shows
just
him,
call off
so-
your stack. So
Yeah.
nice move by Brian. Dylan asking about how shallow the game is. We actually have been playing very deep on most Wednesdays. We have an uncapped game that fed folks buy-in for as much as, I believe, 12K in a 5-5 with straddles. So this one's a little unique. We're playing the VPIP game. It seems fair to the players to start off a little shallower. If we were playing it super deep, it'd be a lot of, it might be a bloodbath. And that typically happens as we get a little later. You can see the stacks, just the amount of money on the table has grown.
Okay, just wait till
Yeah, and I'll be real honest tonight, if I can be real. We had a great game here a few months ago with some big players and big pots, and really did well. Go back and look in the February time frame. And there was another card room that runs a very large live stream that precluded them from coming back. So, we'd love to have bigger games with bigger names and do that, but I certainly understand where they come from. Not so much the competition, but that's all right. All's fair.
That's how this game is.
I will put everything else we got up against any card house in the United States, even abroad. This is the nicest venue you will ever play, with the best food, with the best people, with the best staff, best dealers, best everything, best management. Evidently, we're the weak link, you and I.
It's just the commentators
It's just the
that need improvement.
commentators that are dragging the whole joint into the tubes.
Top and bottom for
We got real
toe.
poker going on. We got real poker
Burger.
going on.
It's a big combo draw.
Really? Not really.
6 calls behind the bet. 15 into 16 and 6 calls.
Pretty fair fight between Burger and Toe at the
Did you come
moment.
across that play? The VPIP survivor book
6, 7, 8.
is incomplete. If you will.
1 fold. No, 1 call. I'm sorry. 2 fold.
And Burger choosing just a flat with 2 pair again.
What do you guys need?
And this is an interesting turn card. 5 of spades. So Burger is going to hit his draw. He makes a straight. And Flacco with the same straight. But Burger free rolling with clubs. This could be a bit painful if he gets there. For the other 3-4 in Flacco's hand.
About 450? 3. Cool. My bad, 3.
Hey, it's so hard having the dummy end of the straight, though. And especially in tournaments, we talk about this all the time. You never feel warm and fuzzy, although he does jam it in. And he's going to get a call by Burger, who has the same hand, obviously, and is free rolling it.
Yeah,
Probably going to be the hardest fold for Brad. Toe's thinking about it with 2
yeah,
pair.
Toe
I
and just a
get it.
nasty. He's got to know he's behind now, but of
Yeah.
course he
I
has outs
he
to a
gets
boat.
beat by any 8. With 8-9, 8-4. There's just
Nice fold by Toe.
and did Brad just call? No, he folded.
Oh, yeah.
Nice gives up the 7 deuce.
I can guarantee the table's going to gasp when they see the clubs. Do have a free roll from Burger. This is not going to be comfortable for Flacco.
Max Payne.
Good shot.
Club on the river would be brutal.
Good shot.
Flacco will fade it, chop it up.
And of course, the 8 would have gotten there. No, I take it back. The 8 didn't.
You're the same hand and you have shit.
It had to be a 3. Was that a 3 or 2?
Invited back.
It was a
Sorry.
Toe.
I don't think anyone's going to feel bad.
Yeah, it was 2.
Look how we go for the 5 on that board.
Actually, I believe you were the one that brought this up to me as a you're going to slow roll when it's a chop. That's the time to do it. Flacco just executed that quite well.
Numbers, all the numbers. Oh, no. I hope I don't
The old slow roll chop.
See, Brad is at 57%, and we are closed out on the hour.
No, that's Brian.
Are we coming up on it? Yeah. Yep. You'll be seeing Uncle T here in a second as I go to get a player, or at least here.
Yeah, Modelo has managed to keep a VPIP that is unchanged, 81.
Adam 81. 67.
Brad's got a little work to do.
They're running it up right now. Flacco was 57, Burger at 62.
Oh, so
Brad is at 57.
be losing Brad.
Oh, I think so. Aniha should be here. Well, if she's not, then I guess JoJo might be next, or if not,
56. Too tight. 56.
All right, well, I did what I could.
Half of the hands.
So we're going to be getting Brad will play a couple hands while G Money gets his money. Money will be coming in from the 19th.
I believe Brad is winning, so it makes getting eliminated a little less painful, but this is such a juicy game. You kind of
You
hate to leave.
it. Yeah, you hate to leave it. And honestly, they're having a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, this is about as much laughing and table talk as you'll ever
get
get.
in the bump out. Before you leave.
Are you 70? Did you hear your VPIP? 71? I think
We're all the same. 81.
Be back in action in a moment, getting everything sorted out. Hey, who needs the Nick game when you have the VPIP game? Let's just give everybody pressure every hand.
Well, once again, folks, when we take a minute here, I'm going to tell you about our summer warm-up tournament coming up June 12th through the
How much you
16th.
want to do? $10.
Day 2 on the 15th, and we'll do a live stream on the 16th. My partner and I, Whammo, will be there with you. Really looking forward to it. $100,000 guaranteed for a $300 buy-in. You can see across the board there
Brad's photo off.
when the flights are, and you can do a turbo on Saturday and one on Sunday morning. late and early. So come on down and join us. 30K starting stacks, 30-minute levels. So day 2 and 3 will be 40-minute levels. Should be a great tournament or summer warm-up. Come in on the 12th. I believe that's the first. Yep, it is. I can read.
And speaking of commentators from other locations, although he is local, Aaron McAvoy on the Dallas stream yesterday said he will be taking his shot in that tournament as well. He's a tournament crusher.
Yep. Aaron is our. Let's see. Let's find him in a commentator five-some and assorted others we have. I kind of think of Aaron as Tom Brady.
Yeah, he does
our Dallas streams, but
has the voice and the knowledge.
Maybe Joe Buck.
My daughter too.
Doesn't hurt to be a physicist and very smart.
Imagine her disappointment. I said it was a dispenser.
Brad,
Make something up. Make something up.
straw.
Go with my first
Top
one.
word.
It's
We're
a
all
bakery.
playing pom pot here.
It's a bakery.
Then I stop asking questions.
It's a bakery.
25.
It's a.
Have we played a bomber so
Yeah.
far? Is this our first?
I believe this is our first
we
pom
didn't
pot.
kick off
And
one.
Modelo running hot. He's going to flop top set and the nut flush. He's just nearly as much as you can in a bomb pot. Has the bottom board locked up.
Thanks for coming out, Brad.
Yeah, for sure. 57 is the bar. I love that.
Well, the next hours might be different. You never know.
Yeah, with G, I mean, G's going to beat him like 20.
Who's our back though?
I think G.
G's coming around.
Modelo's still in good shape on the bottom board. Turn does bring in a straight.
60 bucks.
Modelo even interacts a little bit with the straight draw.
Yeah,
He made a 5.
Yeah, he doesn't even know that we all have.
Yeah, we were
rolling
all.
for a few hands before
Brad,
they
you
figured
still
it out.
gonna be here on the list? What's that? You still gonna be here on the list?
I suppose I
Be some interesting river cards. Everybody with pretty decent equity here, 3 ways.
I haven't added myself to the list, but I guess I can just do that.
Yeah. I'm getting hassled right now. So
Burger, of course, with the set 7s on the
no,
top.
not by you, by somebody out of the game.
65.
Make the call.
Is it just?
Three players.
Just 3.
To the rivers.
Take me to the river.
And Modelo's going to fill up on the bottom, and Burger will fill up on the top. So, unfortunately, Brian is betting and drawing dead.
The two. Wow.
Yeah, he likes that
Money, so
3,
Brad needs to get it
but
back in here.
unfortunately, he's got the worst boat.
60. Okay. I can.
3-4
Yeah,
is
baby
officially
boats
no boat.
definitely can get you in trouble, and Modelo and Burger will be chopping up his stack. Although,
Now, see, Modelo's doing something really smart here. He's just calling because he wants dead money. And he doesn't realize
thank God.
it is Brian with dead money. Otherwise, he would have raised.
yeah,
And he would have gotten a call from Burger, probably. And possibly.
Damn, that was wild.
All right, get Brad back in here.
Understand why he's a
I had 4-3. Yeah.
You said 2?
I had trips in a boat.
I went on King 3.
You guys group voting? What?
It's such a bad feeling to be the dead money in a
oh, it's just the
in
worst.
3 ways.
Yeah.
Well, folks, real quickly, hoodies are in. Now, these are not the hoodies that I've seen, the most recent ones, but I wanted to put the hoodies up here because we've got some beautiful, they're kind of an embossed or pressed hoodie logo. And we're going to give away a hoodie tonight.
Niha's not here, I'm assuming.
Very nice. We're gonna give away some of the black hoodies in our live streams, and I wanted to tell y'all because the comment of the evening, and if I don't get any candidates, fine. But the comment of the evening, we will put up on. It has to be clean. It has to be socially acceptable, and involve any political commentary or disparaging statements. We will put up on the screen whoever makes the comment in the chat. And we will make sure that you have a hoodie.
Yeah, I love those embossed hoodies.
Oh,
They
yeah,
have
actually,
a
those
little-
are not in
Yeah,
play
I got
because
some
those are our new
extra. I got
hoodies.
some
We're
extra,
gonna-
but-
You weren't
but
no
black
elite.
ones that we
No,
have,
I was like,
I think there's actually
I was like,
black
Brad,
and white. I'm not sure.
the embossed is
Find out.
only red at the moment, right?
Yeah, I believe so. So that's the reason I don't have one because I never wear red.
no, like for real.
You know, well, it may be for the same reason I don't. It does not look
Or
good
Irish.
with my complexion.
No, I had a
I mean,
very smart
we explained that to
girlfriend a
everybody.
long time ago that told me you wear earth tones but no reds.
That's how you
Yeah,
learn.
because remember,
Yeah, I was
it's a
now at the
weird
time I
sex.
have dark auburn
like,
hair. It's
send
all
everybody.
white now. Probably can go to red, no problem.
but at
But
the same time,
yeah, it's just not the Irish color. You'll see me in a lot of greens and
It'd
blues.
be weird if everybody had like 100% BPIP and one person had like 97 and they're kicked out and we top up the stack.
So yeah, comment of the night, chat of the night, and we will put it up on the screen. We want to hear something funny.
Yeah, funny goes a long ways. G Money hops into
These
seat
are all good
7.
ideas though. These are all good ideas.
or you could do just like a
Oh, so yeah, okay. So we did lose. Yeah, I said seat 9, but it's actually seat 7. So
Yeah, bounty's good. The
wrote
bounty
that
is
down wrong and said it wrong. G Money in.
500 and then you pick off the table. That seems fair.
That's fucking brutal. 500 is crazy.
and you get kicked out.
I hope he's done his warm up. We didn't pull a muscle. I agree, Bill.
Oh, I'm just. We playing like 87.
That's like an old statement. Do you even know what that means? Better dead than red.
Bro, every hand.
You know, I had spent the last few seconds before you mentioned that trying to figure that out, and I have nothing.
Well, precedes is both, but that's
No, we just
from
got the fire game, but nobody's actually won more than like 1 hand in a row.
Do you have the fire truck?
Better
No.
dead than red.
You in college around that time, or
So,
Like 2 hands in a row.
I'm in.
luckily we're not on camera. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you'll see me gesturing at my partner here.
See that
No,
hand.
he's got black chips too.
You're number one.
the 50s were good at
I do have
UT?
some black chips.
You know what's funny is I found out the other day that in the time that my
See,
father-in-law
like right there, none of those 3 players got
former
BPIP. They're all
father-in-law
0-0-0.
Wait, you guys
went
all
to
out?
school at A&M, which was late 50s.
Yeah,
early
you're
60s.
right.
He was an all boy.
Yeah,
Uncle
it did
Brad.
not change until a bit after that.
Big win.
When
Big
did it
win.
change?
I was afraid you would ask because I don't remember the exact.
You're a
I
bad
believe it
egg.
was in the 60s
It was the 60s.
or the early 70s.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a multi-generational
I
guy
pulled it back.
for Aggies. His daughter was the fourth generation to be a woman in good A&M.
Oh wow.
I believe it was 4th
Now we
generation.
know.
A3 off. That's what we're doing now.
Yeah, I'm pretty appreciative it wasn't an all-boys school when I went there.
Caught up.
Yeah, and
It works. If it works,
it really, to tell you the truth, it wasn't too much before the 60s that UT
Oh really?
became
I was not
co-ed.
aware of that.
Well, the co-ed in the dorm sense.
Ah, yeah.
So it was in the 60s, I believe, early 60s, late 50s, where it was, and that was very controversial to have not segregated dorms. So,
You know, I think the dorm. I never lived in a dorm because.
did you live in a tent? That's what they used to do. You spend your first year at A&M back in the day in a army tent.
Well, I got out of the dorm because my sister was a transfer at the same time I was. So if you had a,
Aces for Flacco. First time we've seen those, I think. Go ahead.
it is the first Aces sighted. Right as I'm telling a boring story about
No, it
living in
wasn't
an
boring, and
apartment.
we've got plenty of time to fill in after this.
We got gamble.
G Money's in the
I didn't want to gamble that much though.
But all in for 347, he's probably not going to get called. Brian's the only one that can call. He did 3-bet, so
425.
G Money's thinking about it. If he comes in, then I definitely Brian's.
Here's a Corona with a lime. Thank you.
Thinks better of
Fix
it.
up.
Probably also thinking about the fact that after one hand his VPIP's going to be 0, which is not a small deal in this game.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted some action before I leave. So. What you have?
Brian in there with Queen 8 suited.
We got action.
I wanted it.
Little action.
Yeah, we can show. We can
Be
show. We
ahead.
can
You
show.
might.
What? Just give me some spades.
It's suited. It's suited. It's suited.
It's suited. Yeah. Spades.
1-8 for the sweat.
Already.
Oh, you did an eight.
I got eight.
Yeah, similar to optimize flops pair.
Oh,
it's set. Good block though.
Yeah, I'm cooked. Good hand.
Wow.
Now I got the action I wanted.
Nice hand for Flacco.
Not the color nor the texture.
Is that loud? Is that loud? Is that first hand? First hand? Is that first hand?
Flacco's doing good. He's the first time in our stream. We're glad to have him.
For real, bro. Get out my business, bro. Hey, you're good, yeah, got you.
Burger's always fun at the table.
I got you.
And Adam,
Devin with a great dad joke.
Is it? Is it not the dad part, but great?
The dad needs to be in there to put a great with it. But it's
You started off hot.
yeah,
That was-
how to
that
prove
was-
player
that was-
stage. They do a lot of hard DO. Have not heard that one.
I told one the other day that I don't know if I could tell on this stream. And I guess
Probably
I
should pass then.
Huh?
I'm just guessing. If you're questioning it,
Well, yeah, I have a low stand, low bar. Yeah, I think I'll pass.
all right. You can tell me later.
Yeah. It does have to do with male anatomy, so I can't think of a good way to say that, so I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, Nikki says probably all the running of the mouth.
That is actually
Well,
pretty true.
More true in this game, especially.
You would not know it from his commentary here, but my partner is very quiet at the table. I am just like, what is Danny Negrano call it, verbal diarrhea. I just talk, unless I've just talked all day and I don't want to talk anymore.
You know, I somebody else brought this up to me because I was talking a ton in the tournament the other day, and
Oh, wow.
check eye flop and big flop for
Optimize is
optimize.
open-ended. Yeah.
How to play King 5 versus 6 play.
Go ahead. You were talking
And
about
I kind of have two modes. I'm either talking a lot or not at all. Maybe I need to find an in between.
Cocaine, whatever.
I think just how much I want to focus on the poker, depending on how the game dynamics, or maybe even just what mood I'm in. I
Well, was
suppose.
this the pineapple or the Monday night?
Oh, awesome. Thank
You
you.
didn't
Today,
play the
Wednesday.
pineapple,
I
that's
believe. Yeah, it was Monday night.
Yeah. The pineapple kind of has a tendency to lend itself to a lot of talk. So
I think it's people talk a lot more, particularly in forms of poker where it's more card dependent. Like people tend to talk a little more in maybe PLO or
Yes.
bomb pots or what have you.
yeah, well, anytime there's bluff, you've got to do a lot less distraction and a lot more observance.
Totally
So,
agree.
in a bigger tournament, I have a hard time with smaller tournaments because I'm just not taking them that seriously.
Yeah.
I played Monday night, and I try to really, really, this is what Negrano always talking about. Everything you do at the table communicates. So, of course, every great poker player said that. So, if you're trying to tap into some of those communications, you just can't get involved too much with conversation, or even I don't listen to anything on headphones. You never see me with headphones. I don't do any of those distracting things. I'm on my phone very much if I'm very serious.
Yeah, I probably have fallen a bit victim of when I'm in my little bit quieter mode of popping the earbuds in, but I agree with you. It's not lost on me that you're giving up some amount of information, because sometimes even if you just hear somebody complain about being really unlucky at the table, that's information that you might be able to use later.
Yeah.
Like for example, if somebody thinks they're real unlucky when the flush gets there on the river that you don't have, and they check to you, you can just bluff it off because they're of the attitude, well, of course you got there. Everybody always gets there,
Yeah.
So just things like that.
I had a player that in a much more serious tournament say something to me about, man, let me tell you about my bad beat. And I said, no. Break is in 12 minutes.
I'll pass.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about it. First of all, it takes you down your own bad beat story.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody really wants to hear bad beat stories.
No.
But they're sympathetic, so they listen.
Right.
It's like nobody thinks your bad beat story is interesting. Just like nobody thinks your kids are cute.
I know.
It's kind of like that. No, you're going to always feel it much more than everybody else. So You know, that's my 2 recommendations is G Money shoves with Queen 8, and for good reason that he's in bad shape.
Yeah, Optimize way ahead here.
He doesn't even have the diamonds to backdoor. And he's going to get 9-3 out of the hand, which is
I got a monster.
Oh, Brian's in
Brian
there.
shoved it. Well,
he has the
had-
short stack
yeah, very
ish.
short stack. Yeah.
Monster hand, absolutely.
Well, here we go again with a 3-way all in on hand 26. We've gone a while without seeing too much craziness.
Oh my God!
During the first 16 minutes.
I don't think there's much doubt that this style of stream breaks the records for multi-way all-ins that we have.
I agree.
Already had several 3-way all-ins. And that is
It's
not
paired
fun.
up, right?
It's easy to make a pair on the flop.
A couple of players with top pair. Brian with a pair of 3s and needing a little help.
Yeah, he has to hit a 3 basically.
He's actually ahead of G Money though.
Yeah, he is.
You guys are both
covered.
371 here. A 3's coming down.
Yeah, super cool.
I mean, both of them can hit one of their alternate cards, either a 3. Well, I guess G Money
I
can't
actually
be
feel pretty strong
but-
here.
Jack on the turn.
I like God. Yeah.
A little over 1,400 in the middle.
Oh, this is my money
The
here?
joke's never in here at a poker table. The joke's never
Oh, we
in.
saw Optimize come from way behind with 5-deuce earlier. We'll see if he can hold when he's ahead.
All right. 9. 9 on the turn.
We were trying. I got it.
$1,400 in the pot. Peak.
Whatever these guys want.
I like ones. I like
You know,
my
just your
odds. I don't
standard
want it to
3-way
come
all-in
down
with
to
nobody
lose.
better than one pair.
I can't blame you.
Yeah, there's not that many 3s in there.
9 ball.
Okay, that was close. That was close.
Juice is a blank.
Ah,
Optimized will improve and hold.
Fucking best hand one.
Queen Hal.
That's so
Nice
What
spot.
a fucked up
Yeah,
day.
he's had a couple of big ones. I mean, he had that $10,000 pot earlier.
That's how you win at poker.
Thanks for the invite, bro.
You have the
Sorry,
worst hand, you
10,000.
win,
I
and you
wish.
have the best hand.
$1,100 pot
You
earlier.
don't want to hear me go take a piss?
I did the same thing.
And of course, that was the 5-deuce. He won with a little bit more legitimacy this time. So he's our leader. He's
Yeah.
out front with 1.5. Again, this is Uncle T and Whammo. We're at TCH Social in Austin. We are doing our favorite craziness game, 1-2-5, no limit hold'em. VPIP Survivor. We
know, I
already
was-
had one booted off the stream.
I was
Yeah, we
thinking
should.
about
I
it a
mean,
moment
better.
ago. I think
We
the
play
biggest
8,
difference
we can do
between
more.
the
I mean,
this VPIP structure versus the knit
Well, it's
game
pretty,
is
it's
that
pretty early, right? So it can't be
everyone
that
is
bad, right?
always involved. The knit game, once you lose your knit button, you're basically back to playing standard. But these guys can never take the foot off the gas.
Yeah, and we did, I want to say, 22 hands in the first hour. So, you know, you're talking about G Money already being,
It's not
you know,
hands
like
played. It's a percentage.
short, 0 for 1. That's scary because, you know, that's 5% of the total hands that you're getting count towards your VPIP, and the VPIP was almost 50%.
Well, we
They
can play
got a
that,
person
okay.
kicked off. I think
Yeah.
it's 47. So
one hour.
that's
You know, we play
really
like
scary if you want to stay in this game. And
Yeah. Well, we figured out we'll keep playing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the margin last time was probably just 1 or 2 folds between Brad leaving the game and
yep,
I believe next up would have been Chase. If I'm wrong, Chase, I apologize.
Is that a call? All right.
7 calls, 8 calls, 9 calls. Don Adam. Adam calls.
Bunch of
15 out of
limping.
15 out of 4 seats. 5 calls, 6 calls.
Ace 10, the best hand thus far.
This is how you play?
That's how we all play.
Held by our chip leader, Mr. Optimize.
2 calls.
All right. Now we're talking. Family? I'm going to smash this fucker.
You know, I figured out why Optimize is running hot. He's got his trademark Adidas tracksuit on, which is
with the backwards hat.
yeah. With the, I mean, he's in full Optimize mode.
I know that everything's right in the world when Optimize has got his tracksuit on with his hat backwards and he's eating chicken the whole piece off the fork. That's how I know my world is not the Matrix.
And really favorable flop for optimize. He flops middle pair with the nut flush draw.
Yeah. Nobody's got the hearts yet. But he's carrying the big stick on the hearts. He did get ace 10 to call in, or queen 8 to call in.
Yeah, optimize is going to brick the turn, and Flacco's still good with top pair.
Check.
Still brick.
Yeah, optimize does not improve. Flacco will win this.
Yeah, and the pot stays
The real
small.
battle is to. Well, I added 100.
Flacco on a mini heater,
Ooh, he's cutting games.
getting up over $1,100.
Huh? Yeah, I did put the money in pretty bad against him.
He's winning 416. Actually, after Toe made a bit of a comeback there, Cam is in fact most stuck, but nobody getting buried.
No, that's a great thing about this game is you know, there's a lot of money going back and forth, a little ping pong, and nobody's going to get too far out in front. Nobody's going to get too far behind unless they just run really unfortunately.
Well, and like we were saying about
Toe was for a while.
The talking, I would imagine we'd have a lot less talking if the state or if the stacks were deeper.
Yeah,
and
these guys are used to play. They're used to be playing. Okay. I'm going to try that one more time.
We'll get there.
Can I rewind? Okay. They play larger games all the time.
Yeah.
So this one is a relaxed, fun. You're not going to see any card funerals. You're not going to see any staring off at the TV when they're really thinking about the hand, that 1,000-yard stare. You're not going to see that in this game.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that couldn't agree more. It's at a sweet spot in terms of the size, because if it gets too small, it gets too ridiculous, and it's not really poker anymore.
No,
I feel like this is just a great balance.
That's what I call Thanksgiving in with the relatives.
Yeah, right.
Hey, y'all want to play poker? I got a roll of quarters.
Right. Yeah.
If you promise to put them in your fist and hit me in the face instead of playing poker.
Toe 3-betting queen 10 suited, and Flacco's got 9s.
Who folded that?
No one folded. Stop.
Let's see what Flacco wants to do with a couple of 9s. Toe's been one of the most aggressive and loose players. Does have Cam and Berger behind him, so that is a consideration, but they have already just called, so that's not going to show a ton of strength. He's going to call. Berger and Cam out of there, so heads up.
I didn't like that ace.
2 flop.
Did you?
And nice flop for Toe. He will flop top pair.
Nothing more irritating when you have 6s or 9s and the opposite comes out, and you think for just that.
Oh, right.
fraction
Yeah,
of a
for a
second
fraction.
you
Yeah,
made
it
a
looks
set.
like your set. And this is, let's see what Flacco does here. Toe's going to keep the pressure up. But just one overcard. This is really not a bad flop for a pair of 9s. I think Flacco may get away here, but Toe, his credibility has to be pretty low at the moment.
Well, there's not a lot of deep credibility in any of these
Right,
players at this
yeah.
point. But Toe is probably, in our mind, because we've seen a lot of the hands at the least, and they've seen almost all of them flipped over. So,
Got so quiet.
yeah, it's like turned into a poker game for a second.
Huh? It's a big one. I believe you.
It's a big one. Toe.
Oh, I didn't know there was a stream, bro. My bad. You can't check times? No phone?
Away from the table, sir.
So calling the clock on somebody at this table would be.
Oh, I apologize.
Act like you've been on the stream before, okay?
Oh, whoa,
Checking
whoa.
history already.
I'm new to this. Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Oh my
I will say that Flacco's probably been the most serious, least talkative. So, and he's also on our stream for the first time. But he is. He's never good guy.
Stragglers.
He's not intimidated, that's for sure.
I will say it's a little harder to make a decision like this when there is so much table talk.
And he goes all
And he rips
in.
it, and he's going to get snapped, I would imagine.
Yeah, of course. It's so.
6.
And really pretty unlucky for Flacco. I don't hate that jam really at all, given all the dynamics.
How does he know? How did Toe know?
Oh no.
How did
And we're
Toe
showing
know?
no nines left.
Now 2 pair. So he's only the 2 9s.
That'll do it, Toe.
Wow. You know, I was just about to ask you, what is the figurine that Flacco has on his stack?
It's a wrestler, right?
Yeah, okay, Randy Savage,
Oh, was it? I didn't see
Macho
it
Man.
quite that.
That's what I was guessing.
Maybe somebody in the chat that's a WWE nerd can identify the figurine. Toe, so it didn't take him long. I was talking about worst to first after the first
Well,
hour.
it's
30 minutes
$2,300
later,
in hand. Yeah, I mean,
Toe is in the green.
Just show, shows him like Queen Anne's.
Yeah, I like that. I like when you do that.
And I'm going to attribute a ton of that to table image. I don't think
Yeah, I think that's legit.
there may not even be another player at the table that Flacco would have made that play versus.
Well, that was our biggest hand of the night. So Toe built his stack up, and then got the best opportunity to double up, and he has now. Like you said, he's $400 up after being deep in it.
Yeah, Toe's actually, he's had an $1,800 swing. He was stuck 1.4K.
Yeah, and Flacco, who was up the whole night, is now down.
Yeah.
So, hey, you know what? We got 2.5 hours
To the
left.
wall, to the wall.
The only thing we're assured is this leaderboard is going to change.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times in the last couple of lives where people really made comebacks. That's what you'd expect in 4 hours.
This is the new minimum bet.
Optimize also with low credibility. This time he's got 8s, and this could be rough. Modelo waking up with kings.
We're gonna see
wow.
if this works to get deep.
Bobby hasn't had big hands tonight. He was actually, I want to say, in the bottom 3 of VPIP.
Modelo?
Yeah.
No, he was top.
Oh,
He was
that's right.
81.
I'm lying. Well, the person that I was surprised with was not him. That's right.
Yeah, and he's going to 3-bet, and I'm a little concerned for our friend Optimize here.
Yeah, he may need a vacation in Costa Rica after this hand.
Does just flat, and 8 would be huge.
I checked the poppy.
Ace high flop, and this is just an action killer.
Yeah, it
A
is.
couple of hearts.
No, he's gonna set out a little C bet there, just to test the water. And
Yeah.
Blake's got he doesn't have much. He's got 2 overs. And he's not going to really consider the 9 too many times in these analyses. He's got backdoor hearts, although that's not good either.
Think Optimize, just get away.
Yeah, it's good folder.
It's a wild game, but Modelo, I think, less than betting the kings, he was just representing his range, which includes more aces than Optimize.
That's what you're supposed to do.
You have a pair there, Poppy?
If you're the pre-flop
but not on the-
aggressor
not on the
and
board.
a pre-flop aggressor type card comes out, and in the back of your mind, you're thinking, okay, well, I'm going to put a bet out here. I'll know pretty quick. There's
No,
nothing
there
more
were 2
alarming
black
when
cards.
you've got that second pair to the board than you get smooth called.
Yeah, there's no better feeling than when you're in the zone and you see a flop come out, you
fold an
forget
ace?
that you go ahead and just say,
fucking
that's my flop. I just won this hand.
Yeah,
Fold a 9.
yeah.
I folded a pair below that. I should have just jammed it.
Which has
Obviously, you
become
have to-
more problematic than 1-2 in the last 5 years than it was before,
That is true.
because it's so much looser,
You get called light a lot
Very
more.
light.
Bite of that poppy.
much less than low buy in tournaments.
It's much easier to represent ranges at 1-3 plus. It's also potentially a bit harder to get paid off versus a 1-2 game.
Yeah, I mean, I always say that. Well, I don't always say this, but I think this a
Not
lot.
a standard.
I think in 1-2 poker, there's a lot of arrogance. In low stakes tournaments, there's a lot of arrogance and ignorance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you're dodging 2 bulls charging at you, neither one thinking much.
So I've seen many times people make a good play versus the wrong player because that player is not capable of understanding why that play should work.
Right.
I mean, it's a really big consideration. I mean, if you're representing a range and your opponent is not capable of putting you on a range, then it's not a good move.
I agree.
E-money wins small one here.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Wow. Yeah, there is something to be said to trying to bluff somebody that's too dumb to bluff, or trying to value bet somebody who's too dumb to value bet. I mean,
yeah.
That's
Or
why
too
when somebody
tight,
makes
yeah.
a really good, somebody that really makes a good fold against me, or where I've had them and I thought I know exactly where this person is, and I'm going to get this amount of money out of them because they think I have X. All those thought processes, and then they fold. I always talk about the guy that had quads when I had the Royal on a double board bomb pot. And he was too smart to come over the top of me. I said, "You're the only guy in the room right now who would not bet his quads." He goes, "Well, the Royal was there." I said, "It doesn't matter."
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Black call. Cam raising up ace-8 off. 243 in the middle. Ace high flop, top pair for Cam and Berger.
Yep, we liked that bathroom blade. We liked that one. You missed your under the gun. Deep it.
And Berger just rips it. Oh, excuse me, Berger actually makes top 2. So he is in the driver's seat. Cam at least his 8 is higher than the 6, so he does have some outs.
What about a 10? Let's go the hard way.
10 or 8. No such luck. Berger gonna win a pretty nice pot. Bill in chat agreeing it's hard to bluff a mindless player. Yeah, those spots can be tough, especially if you can't win unless you bluff, but in the back of your mind your opponent's not really capable of folding. If you represent a hand that they may not even have considered.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. It's a good hand.
Yeah, a lot of control, dude. A lot of control over there. Nothing slides here.
Dude, I just folded like 3 hands in a row.
It was that potty grade.
You're out of here.
That was what did it.
You got even. You got even. Locked it up.
Just got a message on my phone. Hijack Poker has the 5K Crush tournament starting now. Go to hijackpoker.com. Available online poker for Texas residents. I play on there nearly every day. Look for Whammo. Say hi.
Oh, is this what we're doing? Everyone just limps?
Yes, come
on.
You got the good player out, you guys. You got the good player.
It's a call.
That's how you get the pros out.
The kid's sharp.
Pretty raggedy holdings here for hand 33, so we're going to go multi-way to a flop. 6 ways. 9-10-5, couple of clubs. Club draws for Flacco and Modelo. Modelo with the better club draw. Cam has the ace clubs. Would need running clubs, though. Berger flops top pair. Checks around, free turn card, 3 of spades. Berger still leading the way with just a pair of 10s. He will call Modelo Poppy's bet.
That's a good call, guys. It's a really good call.
We already have had club flush over club flush.
A really good call.
And will not happen again. And Jack 8 gets there for Toe. Toe having recently just won a over 2K pot. And he'll be taking down this one as well. Loses to King Jack, but in this game, I can't imagine he would ever be folding a Queen High straight.
Oh my god. I would have called with a 10.
He bets big and takes it down.
He had King Jack and he just freaked out. He just
King Jack? King Jack?
Like, what was King Jack?
The nuts.
Oh, really?
Toe now sitting on nearly 2,700.
Suspicions confirmed.
Is the King Jack a good hand? Is that a good hand?
Great hand.
Small.
Damn it. At 50 out.
All right, come on. Come on.
3 fold.
They're really going to the well to find that seat.
Or I think they might be waiting the hour. I don't know.
That's not fun. You get another player? 3 folds, 4 folds. Sorry, 4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds. Yeah.
Well, we're a little deep in it now, right? We're like 30 minutes in, probably.
Thursday. Folds. Yeah, he's Thursday. 8 folds, thank you. 9 folds.
I think the game started too.
I agree, Bill.
For some of that.
Well, TCH
yellow
takes
poppy
2.5 hours, so we'll get it by the fourth quarter. We'll be watching that.
Ace Jack suited here for G Money. He'll raise it up to 30.
Here, big time.
Oh, shit. Great. Family pop.
They're really putting a fucking number on my castle.
6 players.
We got 6 players to flop, and it's 6, which nobody has but diamonds for G Money.
Lots of flush draws tonight.
Yeah, gut shots for everybody, but unfortunately the 9-7's kind of blocked that, as does the 8-4.
G Money with
G's gonna bet it
no pair, way ahead actually.
way ahead. Yeah, 60% against 5 other players.
That's pretty tough to do.
75% now that we've had some folds.
He bets it, and Cam given some action tonight. He will raise it up.
Yeah, he's gonna rep the 6, which may work.
Yeah,
Money with only 420 behind.
I think G Money maybe just rips it here. Cam with only 275 behind.
Yeah,
his
in much better
bet.
shape than he realizes. As the table
Not
goes
real
quiet.
comfortable ripping a flush draw on a paired board though.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to play.
Like
I think
he's.
I'm going to play some
I
cash.
thought I was seeing
My
a.
wife's coming
Oh,
too,
he does
so-
go all in.
And he does rip it. You can't really flat given
like 4 days.
Cam's
Oh,
small
okay.
stack
He's gonna
behind.
give it
so-
up. Cameron's like,
I thought you were going
I
like
got
4
my hand
folders.
caught in the cookie
Okay.
jar.
Not
What?
tournament?
What?
Cam getting huge odds, but might just have to save this last 275.
I'm trying to play a little bit of Ultimate Texas Hold'em.
Oh, hell yeah.
Table game.
Hell yeah.
A little bit of that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he's thinking right now. My 8 and my 4 are live, and so he could hit an 8, 4, or 7.
He actually is not getting all that far from the right odds to make the call.
Yeah.
You got a pair one.
Why would you? Yeah, you can't.
It technically is almost a break-even call, but
Yeah,
he
it's
could
3.5.
be in.
3.5. I mean, he's under, you know, the 3.5 to 1 threshold, but not by much. He does give it up.
Yeah, I don't blame the fold there whatsoever. It's very hard for him to believe the 8 and the 4 are good if he cares.
G Money with a nice shove. That was a shovel fold, and he knew it.
Yeah, it took some guts.
Yeah, that's what I
Nice
figured.
move.
What else? What else would he have? What else? What else could it be? What else could it
Asian
be?
top set. Asian top set.
Buttons down, knees.
Asian top set. What did you have? What did you raise with?
I have no idea what an Asian top pair means.
Red
I
card?
don't either. Is that what G Money just said?
Yeah.
Maybe that's a draw.
Not draw.
Yeah, it's all mine.
Yeehaw has come in.
And Yeehaw joined us last time
I
ago.
guess we lost. We lost Ryan.
You got a 7 too?
No, you know what?
Oh, what a great fold by me.
Yeah, I guess he didn't reload after that last
Sorry, I hate to make you wait. You know that.
big hand.
Time to
He
go. I would
unfortunately did not win.
Yeah, I played in our
It is,
last.
but it's not counting yet, I guess, or something like that.
Oh, we might be coached, guys. We're not the coach.
Getting somewhat close to the next elimination.
Yeah, she probably won't come into
What are
play
they
for
calling
this
it for?
elimination.
$1 game.
You know, after this stream, we can just make this game a 5-5 game.
Oh, it's on me. Shit.
Optimized and 3-bet ace deuce.
We already VPIP.
Teamwork 1-2-5.
No, not me.
5 to call.
Oh, you didn't?
No, because we're in the blind.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, you were the only one that did.
Yeah.
Best position.
Yeah, under the gun. Yeah. It's the freebie. You get one freebie.
King high flop. Burger misses a
You guys already
set.
have this game figured out.
I know.
How to yeah, they
Just been watching them.
they
Like,
solved
what are
He
they
checks
doing?
to optimize, and he's going to see bet 100% of the time on this flop.
They solved it already, dude. They fucking solved it.
I've noticed.
Be calculating from hand one.
See if he can get a range fold, and does.
Just have somebody call out everybody's VPIP as it is.
I wish we had a running power.
Nicely played by Optimize.
You too.
It would be better if we could see everyone's VPIP.
Like it would just stay lit, stay lit.
Utter desperation would ensue right towards the end of the hour. We've only got 10 minutes left.
No, I like the mystery. I like the mystery because now you're like thinking, you're like,
But I just saw
I think I'm
on the TV.
oh.
Optimize up close, 1.3K. Toes sitting on the
Damn it.
deepest stack, 2.6.
Oh shit, I'm smuggling. Sorry. I took back my blind.
Yeah, you had to fold like 4 in a row.
Oh, you got some hope right here. Look at that.
This is one here.
I gotta say, dude. We gotta say.
2 calls.
Everything
Ooh,
matters.
guy. Damn, 1-2-50. 1-2-50, 300. What a
Bunch
fucking
of limps and a raise from Flacco. He's got 9-10 suited.
Alright, let's go.
More
Get a
good.
pair. You get a pair?
Cam's just going to rip
Alright,
sixes.
good luck.
Oh, classic battle.
Good luck.
Flacco will make the call.
It's gotta come.
Oh.
10 high board.
There.
Running spade.
Flacco well into the lead. Another
That's a
10.
good spade, though. That's a good spade.
Cam needs a spade or a 6. Does not come. Boat for Flacco. Cam going to the well. It's not for not trying. He is
It's something like Coke. But
been
then
in
you
there
get
just
worse
with
with
Okay, a new version of Coke. Alright.
best.
Give me green. Can I get another trade, please?
I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I was like,
Just
what?
soda.
Whoa! You saw that?
Did you buy that straight from like Facebook or something? Like,
Don't
what?
overthink it.
Whoa! She doesn't roll like that. She likes girls.
I've never seen that before.
She don't roll like that, okay? In case you have any,
It's so good.
you
No?
It's better than Coke.
Okay.
You should try
Cam
this
gonna
one.
reload?
It's
Yeah.
really
No, well, now that I know it exists, I will look for it.
you know, his
Time. 1-2-5.
For his liking?
Yeah, he's a good person, nice person. He's a, what I'm getting at, he's a nicer person than I am.
He told me he likes
Can I stay for longer?
Whoa! Let's keep it on the down low. Let's keep it PG, okay? We're on stream. We're not.
Oh, yeah.
That was a PG one.
G Money raising up 8-6
That would
suited.
give out a left field.
I know that's wrong.
That's a range.
It doesn't matter what hand you have.
That's
That
a
is
range.
the wrong.
It worked.
bet.
Range.
Denial.
Well, if she's
Okay.
Whoa!
Not a bad fold by me. Not a bad
Is
fold.
that allowed?
Flacco waking up with queens.
Oh my god.
No, it's pretty standard.
Why didn't you
20,
tell me
20,
you
Won the
1.
last hand as well. Versus Cam, and Cam has ace-9 suited. And he'll make the call. So these guys battling once again.
Yeah, they've had a couple of good hands together. See if Optimize wants to play King 7.
It's a lucky sweat, you know?
He's taking a little look, he says, over there.
Is he a good hand?
3 players.
No comment.
Don't read his
No,
facial
G Money's in, and there's the ace.
Oh, you
Nice
said
flop,
Blake?
Cam.
Good at like he can give tells.
2 spades on the board. Flacco's got a back door.
3 bets 125.
Gonna do a little feeler bet here for 125. A little more than quarter the pot.
Just gonna flat. Keep the weaker holdings in.
Sneakily flats with those 2 spades on the board.
Yeah, G Money does have a gutter. Don't love chasing a gutter when there's a flush draw.
Yeah, just take some of those outs away.
Really don't love chasing the gutter ever. In fact,
I agree.
Less attractive with a
He who
flush draw.
chases straights and flushes
Goes home and something in such as what is it?
arrives on planes and
Yeah,
leaves on
leaves
buses.
on buses. There you go.
There's the spade. That may kill the action a little bit.
Yeah, Flacco with some more outs.
Oh, and he jams it and gets a snap on camera. So he's not dead, but he's drawing 10.
Yeah, Cam has run pretty
Queen or
poorly. Let's see if
spade.
he can hold.
And the 9.
Boat.
Wow.
Well, the person with the least number of outs hit. That's happened so much.
Again. Well, he was up against that too, right?
I'm just saying, in general.
Did you have A6 last
A lot of
night?
justice in the game. Toe ran bad early, finally wins a couple big pots. Cam, same story.
Cam's making a comeback. Yeah, and Macho Man Mario has had some
Doubled up first hand.
rough hands.
And then
No, I didn't double it. Well,
And that was kind of a bit of a self-made situation with the queens. As you can see,
First 30 minutes of
Flacco now down 1.1. Cam back a little bit, but still down 1.2. Optimize still the big winner. Let's go to the next hand. I want to remind you, Hijack Poker, Play Poker Online. Real cash. You can cash in at any of our TCH locations. Look for the Whammo. Look for T shows on the app. We're there. We love it.
I was like, no, but he's like, you know what?
I don't know if the referral code is still active. Most people, I think, can take advantage of that. But if you haven't, if you never played online, you can still use this referral code.
50. 3 makes it 50.
Flacco.
Aces for Flacco.
Good timing. The queens were. Yeah, I don't know if he wants to see these or not.
Yeah, you can't. You literally can't.
Did win a big pot already tonight with aces.
I
They
got
did.
Man, I don't even know I'm here to.
Doesn't have a lot that people will call with.
Do
If
whatever
he makes
your heart
too big a bet. You want to make a bet that's
Play with your heart, man.
just the competition down a few.
But my heart wants to win.
Yeah, Medell folds, but not always super comfortable to go to a flop 4 ways with aces.
Dog. What does that even mean? Your heart definitely does not want to win.
10-6-5, couple of spades.
Crazy, dog.
Small pairs for the king 6 and the ace 5. Not much for spades. This is a reasonable bet.
I know this white chips touch it.
Oh no!
Flacco on the button gets checked, and he's going to get a. He makes a bet that people are going to call. Looks like 120.
120.
Probably going to get called. Certainly by so. G Money may want to go searching for his 2 pair, but it's a bad idea with aces. He just doesn't know it. He does make the call.
Drawn pretty thin here, but Flacco getting some nice action with his bullets.
Game just started. Perfect timing.
Nobody with a spade. 3 to the flush on the turn.
And the straight. 7-9 being pretty good if you have 7-9 of spades. But he makes a large bet. Well, you know, about twice the size of the previous
I
bet.
think you
a little
absolutely
more.
have to rip it there without the ace of
Yeah.
spades. Protect your hand. You get snapped off by somebody that sneakily flopped the or turned the flush.
Yeah,
Checked
so
it over to you. You have to live with it.
a little bit of a win that brings him back a little bit. You know, he's still going to be about 800 down.
Yeah, Cam down 1.2K.
Now 600 down. So, yeah, that was actually better than I thought. And we are coming up on the time
I left at about 3. I
replaced a
played
player.
5 kilo after that for another 2 hours.
Doing that once every hour. This is VPIP Survivor, TCH Social Austin. I'm Uncle T with my partner Whammo.
I feel like I had a better idea last time who was going to lose the VPIP game, and I'm not quite sure this time. It'll be interesting to see these numbers.
Neha will not qualify for this VPIP Survivor because she's just played a few hands.
Good night, VPIP. Everybody's going to fold.
Good value. Good value.
Yeah, everyone's folding here. Good hand, Toe.
Yeah, there's a VPIP.
Toe going to raise up King 4 off.
Get the nerds out. Get the nerds out, Toe. Good work. Good bet.
Get the nerds out.
I did my part.
Good bet.
Small price to pay. Yeah, by the way.
Flacco actually with the best hand, ace 10, but facing the 3-bet, and will make the call.
Yeah, he hadn't been afraid of much.
This table's not big enough for the
And he's got some ground to make up for. Oh, Bink. Well, the aces have hit.
And total air ball for Toe.
He's going to act like down betting. He's going to act like he's got something.
Just flatted.
Smart play by
Flacco.
I like his game. That complete rainbow board.
Kind of think Toe may shut down here and check.
Toe?
Right as I say that, he grabs black
Toe?
chips.
Have you met Toe?
He goes big.
Boys bet.
Wow.
Wow. 350.
350 to Flacco. Flacco basically has to make a decision for his whole stack here. Splats. And I think Toe in a rough spot here because Flacco just not really with enough money behind.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what size bet you make here, even though he hits. You know, now the Queen Jack does come in. I don't think that you know, that's really not an open ender on that. It's not an open ender on the flop, so I don't think that that's something that Flacco's can consider. What? And he checks his king. He's got showdown value.
Yeah,
now.
he's got to shut down and check. Flacco hanging in there tough. Toe did not make it easy to hold on with top pair.
Yeah, there, Flacco. Coming back, he's into the green.
We're in the green.
Well, that was a sudden
precipitous
down and a very sudden precipitous up. Well, Chad, you've gone quiet on us. Nobody wants a sweatshirt.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
You mentioned the free sweat or the winning sweatshirt for the best Chad, and
trust me, if you play tournaments in the evenings, it's so cold in the back you need a sweatshirt.
Is chilly.
So it's not a seasonal thing.
From the best to the worst. 900 by the time.
Yeah, I've had a few times where I have to do something before coming to play, and people will be like, "Why are you wearing that? It's in the middle of summer." And I'm like, "Yeah, where I'm
did
headed
you
is
notice
pretty
the very
cool."
attractive sweatshirt I'm wearing today?
Yeah. Oh gosh, it says Uncle T.
Yeah,
I like the color. I noticed that already.
Well, the Cowboys. It was an unusual Cowboys color, and they said on there, "What name would you like?" And I didn't even know a name was offered, and I thought I'd take care of some of the Chinese fashion before it goes up in price here. And I said, "Oh, I'll put Uncle T on it." I didn't even know that was an option.
Ace Jack suited for Chase.
Oh, the ultimate position.
Deuce.
Deuce. Spades.
All right.
We got a lot of aces.
And a lot of $50 calls.
My
Six
favorite
ways.
set maker for Burger.
Flacco about to add to his small profit at the moment. He flops top 2.
Back door for Toe. That's about it.
Yeah, everybody drawing pretty thin. Dello actually with the second most equity with just a pair of 7s.
You're still here, bro?
I didn't know you were still here. I didn't know you were still here. Okay, you win.
Flacco will bet and be called by Chase. 8 of spades on the turn.
Yeah, that jack is just enough for a call. Blacko pushes, and this is going to get chased out of the
I
hand.
have 8,
He's got 8 black
9,
chips.
10.
8 black chips.
Oh, maybe this bet is large enough. You know, 1.5 times pot. Or actually, almost 2 times pot. No, yeah. It just looks really, really fluffy.
Yeah, it looks fluffy. If I'm chased, though, the only reason I'm maybe
I really did not know you were still here.
going a little bit out of the direction of he's jamming a draw here is there's already a made draw, 9-10.
King, queen, huh?
This looks a lot more like hand protection. Of course, I'm saying that and I can see the cards, but just...
You know, I'm so much smarter in the booth than I am at on the table.
Oh my gosh, I'm just one of the best players on earth when I can see everyone's whole cards.
Oh, he does make the call.
I hope you're not
Wow,
lying.
chase all in, big pot, second biggest pot of the night, and Blacko will hold. 22.57 headed to play. We were just talking about Blacko being a little bit in the cellar, and he is
way out of it.
Stormed back.
He's up like second place at this point.
Should be up about 1,300.
Close to what? Close to what?
Okay.
Optimized says. Yeah. And it looks like he left the table, so we may not have a VPIP survivor here. We had a natural island kickoff here.
Okay.
So
that'll be fine. Since we're off the
okay,
split.
yeah.
We'll
So
skip. You guys got lucky. We're gonna restart the VPIP.
Chase calling it a night.
All that VPIPing.
Yeah,
all the VPIPing. All your strategies.
All your strategies only one happy, bro.
Tell you what, I'm pretty fine with that. I really do not want to see any of these players get eliminated due to the VPIP game. Everybody splashing around.
and they're all giving Poppy a hard time. That was me that Poppy talked to, and I asked him, "What do you want to just skip the VPIP this time?" And he said, "Yes." Oh, the players raw. They want the elimination.
Wow.
So that's what they're enjoying this format. So we're going to get another player coming
There it
here.
is. We'll
JoJo's
take
going
that.
to be
Well, we all accept that.
I'll flash it for 15.
Wow.
And
Well.
that's definitely a blender here. And you said JoJo will be joining us?
JoJo, the dealer?
Yeah.
Before you hear it, and a fun player to play with. Love playing mixed games with JoJo. He was actually at the Deuce to 7 table that we have running here on Wednesday nights.
Get the service point right here for you.
But I don't know if they came or not.
All right, I got it on again.
Okay, sweet. Hell yeah.
Yeah. There you go. That was worth it to me. It was worth it to me. That's worth it.
Cam's going to race up a suited ace.
She's out. Mark those cards. Mark those cards.
That's never happened.
All right, I'm blocked up. That's it.
1 and 2 both fold.
Not playing anything.
Okay.
Leave the stream and VPIP today. Yep.
3 ways to a flop.
Oh, yeah.
King high board, pair of 4s for Cam.
Purple chips?
9 purple. The rest are yellow.
Gutter ball for optimized. Cam's going to bet his pair of 4s. Everybody with a little something.
40? Yep. That is such a reasonable price.
Thought so.
So net neutral on the VPIP.
Not quite sure what the holdup is at the moment. I guess toe tanking. He's just got a pair of 4s. He's only a $40 bet. Makes a call over to optimize with his gutter. He'll call.
Now 2 pair for Cam.
Yeah, Cam in the driver's seat. Cam going to disguise the strength of his hand. Oh, no, he does bet it. Thought I had seen checks. And he will take it down.
What's that?
Looks like he got counterfeited at the end there. It was actually a king, not a 3 of diamonds. So he did have aces and kings. Aces up. But
Ooh, I wish that's a bad turn for me, honestly.
as JoJo sits down at 9,
Oh boy.
He just made it too easy on the turn, you know? I wanted to work for that call.
I'm tired of calling.
Oh. Oh.
I'm raising.
Optimize saying he's getting a little bit of call fatigue.
Pull out.
Yeah, I'm squeezing.
And we're starting to VPIP over
A
again.
lot of aggression.
Wow.
I'm gonna be 5 again.
JoJo hopping in there.
Alright.
Seat 9.
Well, he just came in. Yeah, he has to wait. He has to wait. He has to wait.
Because I'm,
Yeah,
big blind.
2 out of your 5.
From the last hour? Yeah, can we get him?
One is on site.
What? Just the numbers, just for funsies?
Oh, yeah.
Good, man.
Yeah, did we restart?
This is now
Yes,
the
you should
show,
be.
right?
We should restart now because we're full.
We need to know.
Yeah, right now. Right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
No, you don't.
No. Two hands.
The hard team
2
game
ends.
being the cards.
When JoJo comes back, we'll restart it.
Yes.
So this game is.
Who's on the play?
I don't know.
It matters.
I'm putting the 5
It
in.
matters.
I'm playing it safe, you know?
I promise it
5 calls.
Just in case it counts, I'm in there. If I was like behind there, it
All
would
right,
matter a little
emergency
more.
tinkle.
Well, let's get these hands in quick while he's gone.
Looks like we got a $50 raise from Flacco, a call from Toe. The graphics caught up here in a moment. Wild game, folks. If you're just joining us, stick around for a bit. We've had maybe a record-breaking number of all-ins in the first 40 or so hands.
He definitely dropped his.
I got it coming.
And also, if you're just joining us, we're playing the VPIP game. So this is put on by Modelo Poppy. He's standing at the bottom left of your screen. Idea is we review the VPIP numbers at the end of each hour. Player with the lowest VPIP is off the island and replaced by a new player. Player is incentivized to play essentially every hand. And that has contributed to some pretty wild action.
Water? Thumbs up, water?
To say the least.
Can I get some lunch for me?
Telling you, it's really nice.
Where do you find that?
In Indian store.
Oh. Can I get a banana for me?
Fair Ace is good here for G Money. Scary board.
I'm cramping.
Monotone diamond flop.
Let's go, Mel.
10 has paired on the turn.
Another one of those.
Gonna bet very small and get a call from Toe with his pair of kings.
No drinks then. You want a drink?
Toe looking for a king or a queen on the river. Does not come, although he does make 2 pair.
You want a green tea shot, bro?
Alright, last one.
Players losing to any diamond, any queen.
Nine of them. I'll get them. I'll get them.
Probably the most action-killing river card possible. Actually, rarely we'll see this. A 4-liner to a royal flush, in fact. Queen of diamonds would have been the supreme hand in poker. Personally have not seen that on stream, except for in a bomb pot.
He said JoJo's the last one.
So if he doesn't get cards, like his VPIP counter doesn't start, right?
No.
Hopefully, still has
No.
14, right? He still hasn't counted. I think that's the reason why he can't have
We're gonna start until you come back.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Once
yeah,
you're in, we're waiting for you.
He's on count.
Looks like JoJo's stepping away momentarily, and we will restart the VPIP game.
Practice makes perfect. You know? Practice.
Yeah, exactly.
4 calls, 5
I'm trying to win the stream.
Please get me out of here.
I want to be the stream live winner.
7 calls. 8 calls. How do you win?
Highest
That's
VPIP.
what I'm saying, right? It's not the money, it's the highest
Yeah,
VPIP. I gotta
I'll
raise.
probably be stuck the most.
A
but-
bunch of limps. We got a couple of mystery hands here. We'll see if maybe Burger and G Money can rescan their cards. Cards are scanned by the table through RFID technology. That info is sent back here to our producer. And of course to our screens. We are on a 15-minute delay, so game integrity is of utmost importance.
One check, three checks,
Check.
four checks.
Got a pair of jacks with a mystery card for Burger.
75.
Appears to likely be the best hand at the moment.
75. That's fine.
Speak quickly.
7 calls equals 11 Highlanders. I understood that. 1 folds, 3 folds.
I got one of those.
I got one of these.
And Burger's going to bet and take it.
Oh, sure. Please. Wrong pair.
Do I
Top
just?
set. I don't know. I get nervous. Top set.
Nice little pot for that gentleman. We'll get his stack up over 1,200.
All right, now he's in.
70.
Jojo, you're about to start with 0.
75. Clear as dead.
300. Yeah, go do it.
What's wrong with you, dog? What is wrong with you? You need a drink or something? I'm waiting, man. I'm waiting.
No, I don't trust that.
Oh, yeah, that's a
Did you get a drink?
devil over.
Did you?
I got a drink for everybody.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'll have one. If
You're
it's,
in. You're in. You're in. I'm dealing
We
you.
already ordered them.
Damn,
Did
I
you
missed
not
all
fucking
those
order?
free ones.
You missed one.
I guess I wasn't here. I
What
went.
the fuck? What do you want?
I went pee-pee.
Oh, shit. What do you want?
Time to go.
You drink just house whiskey, right?
Yeah, straight up.
Yes.
Restart it, fellas.
We started. We're going.
Yeah, we're
You got
Call for
information.
5. Makes it 50.
no, we're all restarted.
Let's start next hand. What do you guys think?
No, I already got some.
Let's start
Toe with the best of these marginal hands. He'll raise up ace nine off.
Having time like dozing off.
Yeah, started with 0.
All about Saturday night.
We're in there. We're in
Okay,
there.
I'm not the only one.
Don't need them. I could probably use them.
I got a good feeling about this flop. Yeah.
I gotta say, I'm a little jealous of these players. It's a lot of fun to play almost every hand.
Sorry, Toe.
Couple of diamonds, 10 jack 6. Ace high, in fact, still good somehow.
All right, one time. All right. 9-6.
You heard it
Just
here
gonna
first.
check around.
You heard it here first.
Wow, you said that happened before.
Big brick on the turn.
Very nice.
And Toe still good with ace high, 4 ways. Cam's gonna represent something here. A very small bet.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Gets Toe to fold.
Lift.
And that bluff does not have to work very often, but does get a call from JoJo. JoJo actually vaults into the lead. And neither player with a pair on the river here. Does Cam have another barrel?
Okay, thank you. On.
He rips it on JoJo, and JoJo's just going to have to muck.
You were going to shove? I check.
If he makes this call, it would be the call tonight. He does have to let it go. Nice move by Cam.
All right, 1 for 1 on VPIP.
Yeah.
Yeah, you stink, huh?
50's under the gun. Recipe for disaster. It's either a limp or a limp raise. It's your only knows.
Worst thing to do is make it 40 and then get 9 calls. Great.
I thought I was gonna deny something with you, but
Big bump ups.
One call for 3 calls.
Bunch of limps and then a raise by JoJo. Everybody calling.
Oh, what a gift.
Thank you. The Christmas
That is
came
a
early.
good straddle.
Wow, is it going to happen?
We may have Texas heads up. Optimize is not going to ruin it for everybody. So gives a little smile and makes the call.
You wanted it. Oh, okay. Yeah, so now you're going 9 ways with the preflop.
Unless I missed the fold, I believe we're 9 ways to this flop. Day 7-7, and Dello flops a boat. Has everybody almost dead.
Nobody has anything.
Wow.
There's no big pairs to call him off. There's no aces.
And unfortunately, he has just no way to get paid here.
Well, it'll get a big laugh when he flips it over. Toe makes that. If anybody's going to make a call, Toe's going to make it.
Toe does have a pair.
Oh, he does
yeah.
have the ace.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I had not seen that yet
I
either
did.
because
Well,
we're
there's
9
so many
ways.
rolling through.
Yeah. 5 of spades.
Pretty bricky card. He doesn't like it. He'd like some
Modelo
coverage
is
from a
gonna
big card.
disguise his
Oh,
hand. Checks back the turn.
Try to get Toe because of position. He's going to try to get Toe to bet, but he doesn't.
Yeah, Toe's not going to bite and bet the river, but I think Modelo made himself more likely to get paid off here.
Yeah, it looks like 150 or 160. Oh, maybe pot size. Yep, about 160.
I give it almost no chance that Toes makes the fold here.
155.
Yeah.
He's going to get paid.
Yeah, every hour.
The first elimination was like almost 60%.
Toe thinking it over.
57, bro. It's crazy.
That's hard to even do.
Would be a heck of a fold, and he gets away. Nice fold by Toe.
Fold of the night, especially for that player.
Well, clearly, based on what I said, I did not expect him to be able to get away there, but he,
We know. We saw you hyperventilate.
in this game, I would
flop.
consider that almost a sold.
I do too. I do too.
5-7.
Did he show? I can't say if
It's not every day you flop quads, dude. Come on.
Quads. Wow.
Yeah, Poppy's
No
lying
quads,
to
no
the
bet.
table, but he was close to having
That's the way I
quads.
live. That's how I live.
It would feel almost unfair for somebody to make quads in this game.
Yeah, it would. It would.
You know how I knew you had it?
Flacco up over 1K along with optimized.
No, he's like this. He's like this. Yeah, Poppy, if he wants to look serious, you know.
Or he put his hand over his mouth.
Like giving the tell.
That's the other.
Yeah,
Like that.
he's giving the tell for Poppy that when he puts his hand over his shoulder like that.
Like that? You like
He's
that?
furious.
He's never bluffing there.
Tell you what, that's a very generous mental note for Poppy. He's going to
I'm
have to
trying
pay
to hide my
for that.
Please go.
Yeah. Yeah.
As soon as I say that, the whole stream froze. Anyway, if you go to TCH Austin and look at live streams, you can hear me. I mean, unless we just glitched. I will. Okay. Bye. We don't have audio either?
Well, it's a good time for me to take a break.
And everyone plays everything.
And we're back. Sorry about the glitch.
You were just about to take a break. Go ahead and take a break,
Yeah.
brother. Yeah, sorry about the little glitch there, folks.
Let's
We
leave
were
y'all
still
in the hands of
black
Uncle T.
screened. But now we're okay. Now we get it back. So Jesse's in the box now.
Once you get there, I mean.
He's got to win 3 in a row.
And sorry for the little glitch. We didn't lose anybody.
We've all had at least 3 times.
This is Uncle T here with the Whammo. TCH Social Austin for our
Well, maybe
VPIP
not you.
Survivor. Our
Maybe not you.
You look, but we got our luck.
our aggression. Kick them off the island if you don't play enough.
To win
VPIP
180
Survivor,
bucks?
which has been more fun than a box of
To
monkeys.
win one hand in a row.
You've already had 2 or 3 players leave the table. Only one from the VPIP. We'll be coming up on another one pretty soon.
Grass.
What a sneaky snake over there. Such a sneaky
As you know, this
snake.
game is all about the action. 1, 2, 5 mandatory straddle.
Dealer's just finding.
If everybody checks.
God.
I'm Uncle T.
Yeah, it is. Wow.
Really having fun tonight. This is never boring.
Yeah, if everybody
Yeah, it would be fine.
it's kind of you can't. Yeah, he's in the
Thank
hat.
You're lucky.
Okay,
So wait,
action
this,
change.
Did this save him?
Yes, action change. Action change.
What a
now.
guy.
Oh, yeah.
I like my hand.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much.
To spite him, you mean?
It's on me.
Pokemon,
The spike jam.
flop the monkey.
Yeah, thank you.
Suited Ace, what's up?
It's coming.
Yeah, Chatters, you've gone quiet on
You
me.
feel it. You feel it. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Let's talk poker. Like I said, I'm giving away a free hoodie tonight to the best comment in the chat.
Once is fine.
So far, Bill James is in the lead with it's hard to bluff a mindless player. Which is very true. As we got our eye all in, and the ace is going to take it for optimize. JoJo short stack shoved and was called. So optimize, who's had a pretty up and down night, but it is pretty. You know, he's avoided the big hands and made the money on the hands that he needs to, folded the ones he didn't need to. As you see the stacks going across the board, optimize up $1.3 thousand. Cameron at the back end at $8.99. Toe's having a up and down night. Probably the comeback of the night has been
I'm pretty sure I would have called
it's been Flacco, who was way down in a short period of time, came all the way back, about a $2,400 swing. As the table gets drinks. This is a bad sign, folks.
What's actually in it? You know?
I mean, like we had enough enough action tonight to now we gotta bring alcohol into the mix.
He's like, wait a minute, really?
Can you tell when I like looked at our stacks how much I
What does make me a little thirsty?
I saved, yeah, everything.
Oh, I forgot you don't drink.
Yeah. Oh.
Praise.
Shot.
From Poppy?
Oh, no. From Flacco.
Thank you. Cheers.
Everyone got there?
Cheers.
Modelo's going to scare the table with a $5 raise to $10 for King 10. The most overvalued hand in poker.
I can enjoy
Oh
it.
yeah, it's actually good.
Argue with me.
Yeah, you're really good.
Tell me tell me what you think the most overvalued hand. Well, we won't talk about tournaments. We'll talk about cash
mine.
game. What is the most
I bought
overvalued
regular
hand?
drinks.
Earlier it was like
Gathers, give me your opinion. I think it's King 10 offsuit. People see two Broadway cards and they're like, yummy. Not good.
Yeah, I do the drinks, yeah.
Looking like two hearts are going to be good for Cameron so far. Nobody's
back to
got
me.
anything that can contest with it.
Check.
Not a bigger heart out there. No two hearts. Nobody really hits. Did anybody make a pair? Nope. And the hearts get there, so Cameron's good, and he's not just good, he's locked in against these other hands. He cannot be beaten. It's hard to know that with 8-5 of hearts, but this game has been so wild. He's going to make a bet, probably get folded around two. There's not even a pair of queens out there, so he's not going to make any money off of it. Everybody goes bye-bye to the card.
they're good, right? They're smooth. They're just like
Oh, did he get a call? He got two calls. Modelo called? Oh, he does have a gut shot, but that is a complete blank. He just one call. Modelo's the only one in the hand. Unless he tries to take a run at it, and he does. That's Cameron just calls because the 8-5 is a little bit scared of bigger hearts. Let's get back. He bets $115. $50 was the previous bet on the turn on the river. Cameron's going to think about raising here. He's just on the button.
What do you call that?
green tea shot.
Poppy repping the hearts.
Tea shot.
Green tea.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to come out with just a call.
You are sipping out.
No, a little bit bigger. There's several black chips there.
All right. So
Yeah, so this will get Poppy to fold. Nice read there.
listen up.
Where's the bomb for?
So far, whenever time I try to bluff against you, I end up with just a high card.
I had a good hand.
Last time you did play bomb.
I wish I had a bluff there, but I had a flush.
I turned the straight.
Well, folks, real quickly, I want to remind everybody that the summer warm-up, June 12th through 16th, I've been telling you about this all night. This is our $100,000 guarantee tournament for a $300 buy-in at TCH Social in Austin. We'll start on Thursday, 2 flights a day, all the way through Saturday. Day 2 is Sunday, for those that make it. We have 2 turbos, one on Saturday evening at 10 o'clock, one at 9 a.m. on Sunday morning. Great tournament. Looking forward to having a good field. I'm already betting that we're going to go over the overlay, way over with a lot of people. $300 is a really good price for this tournament. So come join us. And my buddy Kyle and I, with the Whammo and Uncle T, will be calling that live stream last table. Final table.
I'll be really aggressive if I'm not playing.
There you go. That's usually what Lottie tells me is if I don't make the final table. Yeah, we'll both be playing it. So come and join us on the 16th in the evening. We will start, I believe, at 6 o'clock, our regular time for the final table.
Well, slow down on that banana, Cam. You called on slow down. Yeah.
We got a potassium issue.
Don't make eye contact. Don't make eye contact.
Straddle that I had, this does not.
Don't look at me while you're eating the banana.
Too hard
Look
for a
away,
burger.
opposite direction. Jeez. Like,
Yeah, big draw.
Burger's been quiet today. He may be a little bit afraid of the
Look at Blake. Blake likes it. Blake likes it. Look at Blake. Look at Blake.
With the gay ski week.
But again, if you just call the
Don't look
flop,
at me. Don't look opposite
you
direction.
kind of get that voluntarily put in pot.
His eyes got bigger. His eyes got bigger.
Yes, that is a
Look at
banana.
his eyes got bigger.
I know.
His eyes got way bigger. It's crazy.
G is fully aroused right now.
No, Blake. Blake like it.
He's like,
G's bricked up.
Oh, he's saying, oh yeah. He likes
Guys, there's 2 legs for There's one here. I don't know.
and Blake over there is like, give him another banana.
Yeah, does that qualify as some sort of daiquiri, Nikki? Thrown in a banana.
Cam probably fit a lot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What happened was, banana talk.
Sounds like something you'd get on a cruise ship.
Seriously.
I need a poker face first.
Yeah, but that's a metaphor.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the cross arms.
Oh, he's. Oh,
That took a second for you to
I tried
like.
to do that in the last hand. I
Post out
crossed
on me.
up. He still fucking raised me.
We know when it's fake.
Shut up, dude. Shut the fuck up.
And I tell you what, Cam is going to be exhausted after this stream. He's just played every flop. Burger with a real hand, ace, king, and toe. Also, ace, jack suited. Raise it up.
Dude, it's a professional.
Yeah, I'd say that probably the AFQ is probably in Cam's favor right now. Toe and Cam.
Oh, yeah, I would have to agree with that.
AFQ, of course, is aggression frequency. It's a number that we banner about. It's mostly used in non-cash
Auto
games.
call
We talk about it
for the
in
next
tournaments
2
a lot.
hands.
AFQ, VPIP, things like that. Aggression frequency has more about had to do with raisings. VPIP, my partner was clarifying for me. If you just limp the $5 here, and then somebody raises and you fold, you still get the VPIP. So ace king versus ace jack on a dry board.
Actually, one of the a bit more interesting flops, not for the players. Oh, well, now.
If
Both
that had been a
players
4 of hearts,
with
it
a
would have
wheel.
been fun because then Burger would have been free rolling.
I don't know. The 5 kind of trailed off.
All right, this is going to be a lot of choppy.
I don't think either of these players are going to flinch, worried about their opponent having a 6, but probably try to pot control some.
Yeah. We gotta put it to the test. What if he comes back and he's like triple?
Oh, and then the 6
Oh, wow.
comes.
Both players playing the board.
We went from chop to really chop. Now let's see Cole might say, oh, now I've got to rep the 7. And he goes all in. Oh, this is so stinky. $1,000 bet into a $700 pot, $800 pot for all of Burger's money here. And he's like, oh my gosh, I am only calling to chop. We say this at the table all the time. I'm only calling to chop here.
Nasty.
And, to this point, he's got about $400 in the pot. Well, actually about $350 because of the pre-flop action. But it's so...
Hey, how are you?
But to be honest with you, that's his fault. He should have made this move in early position. This is where one of the few times being in an early position is better.
I think given the wildness of the game, he maybe finds the call, but Toe is, of all the players at the table, he makes the
He
call.
does. Oh, good for him. Good for him.
Toe, of all the players at the table, is the one that easily could have shown up with a 7 somehow.
Yeah, because his range has been Idaho. It hasn't been, you know, and this game for everybody that's
Call, Bird, and then show the clown shoes.
Toe could have had a flush draw that included a 7 somehow.
Yeah, we had the biggest hand of the night, but it unfortunately is a chop. $2,800 hand. Nobody made any money. Look at seriously, Berger wins $32. He just
yeah.
his whole stack $1,000 for $32, which is pretty much, you know, a piece of deal.
I threw it on the table.
Without taking the drive.
$32 will get you a nice steak here at TCH Social, though.
Great point. Great point. You know, this is why he is the Joe Buck of live stream announcers, ladies and gentlemen. There is nothing better than brioche French toast at TCH Social Austin. I get it in the evening. I get it in the morning. I get it in the afternoon.
We haven't had one since the beginning of the game.
And if you don't like that,
not one.
come up and play hijack.
I think was like
You don't even have to pay attention to the food. No, the food's too good. This is obviously a big winner, BLT. The fish sandwich, one of my favorites. There's just so many good things. The dirty fries, they're so dirty. As my buddy used to say, they're so wrong, they're right. Pork belly sliders. There's a lot of new things on the menu. I can't tell you, folks, how good the food is at TCH Austin. I brought my son up here the other day. He wanted to meet me in town. I said, only if we can eat at TCH. I want you to see where I hang out. And he goes, really? And I said, dude, the food's awesome.
Yeah.
And he was so surprised. He got 2 appetizers, had a great dinner.
Yeah, a lot of establishments that specialize in one thing and have a kitchen is just making food good enough that people are happy enough to stay. Here could be a standalone restaurant. It's
It really
great
could.
food.
Yeah, we got a whole dining area off to the side. If you ever get on the website and look around, is we really don't have anything but a pair of 4s here for G Money.
In great shape now, sharing the 10 with Optimize.
Optimize is betting it. But of course, another break, 10, 4's up. How often do you get to say that? 4's up.
4's ups is the nuts in this game.
Upses. 4's ups is the nutses.
Roger that.
Money wins.
Roger that.
10-4. Take it down.
Be brave.
Well, if you are used to our normal 5-5 uncapped live stream, which we'll be having next week on Wednesday, come and join us. It'll be Whammo and Uncle T in the booth for you, calling it out. But I got to tell you, folks, I like our 5-5 game. I enjoy it. I wish we had a bigger game that we could give you a little more often, as I've said. But this game is a lot of fun. This game.
Oh, a lot of fun. Yeah.
It's, smaller stacks, crazy action. The players have not stopped playing and talking and laughing the whole time. We're playing VPIP Survivor so that they're playing very aggressively with small stacks to keep from getting kicked off the island.
Yeah, the mood of the game definitely matches the action, for sure.
It does. It does.
Dello, ace queen off.
Get some freebie.
Free bet.
It's a Pasco, collect $200.
That was pretty bad.
Two actually. Yeah.
Free.
Every time he wants one, I want one.
This is the polar opposite of the final tournament table. If you join us next Monday, I guess it's Monday after next. No, it's next Monday.
This Monday.
Yeah, this Monday.
Coming in.
You will see this in reverse. It'll look like a funeral director's convention, and it'll be very serious poker. And the rightfully so.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And they bought in for very little money, so that the stakes are much higher. But this is like
I can't. You already called me out. I can do it
Yeah,
forever
this is
now.
kind of fun, and in its own way, tournament final tables, given the high stakes aspect of it, and the fact that, to your point, given the small-ish buy-in, there will probably be a few players at the final table that are looking for their biggest score of their life. So
Yeah.
Definitely worth taking serious.
I know if you and I are there, it'll be the
First place will definitely qualify as my biggest score.
It'll get us on the Hindu mod.
This is a dream. I get to limp UTG.
I think I'm ranked like
Raise 3
all time.
Full.
Yeah, it's been getting rough.
They looked me up the other day, and because I mostly play as Uncle Pete. So if they look at my name, it's really just like the last month.
Yeah.
They made a change in how it's tracked as we got a 3-bet from G Money. I noticed it started including some additional tournaments, it seems, but trip aces for Burger.
Wow.
Way ahead here.
It is auto check though.
I don't know. I would have had to.
Does check it. Queen on the turn gives G Money a little life. A 10.
He could hit a 10, and he's gonna bet it.
But I have to be, $1,000.
Burger is
Very quick raise from Burger.
Kind of pounded on.
which always is very strong.
But after his after his PLO crush the other night, I think I'd probably take a little bite.
She went HR on
G Money probably thinking, why couldn't I just check back and try to hit my 10 at this very moment? We've all been there.
Voluntarily.
I'll let it go.
Yeah, Nikki, I got you. I just saw your run comment. You're right. I guess that would be Dakarita. You ever had a Dakarita?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I just made it up.
I bet somebody has come up with that.
A Dakarita? I bet but banana and tequila, that would probably suck.
That does sound pretty awful.
I have a close friend that I went to UT with. Second time, or when I went in 2008, 2009. And he had this bet with a buddy of his. They both invented drinks. They ordered them at bars. They gave them a very specific name after themselves. And their goal was to see whose drink was good enough that they would be sitting at a bar someday and hear their drink.
Oh, wow.
And this bet had been going on for like 20 years. And somebody finally won it.
What was the drink?
I don't even remember what it was called, but it sounded horrible to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember what was in it?
No, it was like gin and champagne or something. Yeah.
They got deep voice.
Ace Queen suited, raised by toe here. Call from Optimize with Deuce 4 for his sake. Needs to fade some diamonds.
You're right.
You know, how many times we looked up at this board and there's been 6 or 7 players, 8 players. It makes it a lot of fun. This is not a lot of heads-up action until you get to the end, or at least till somebody jams. No
Ace
sevens
high.
involved. Always got the best of this.
Yeah, second flop in a row. Somebody flops everybody else almost dead.
Optimize playing the top of his range tonight. Now, he did win a hand with 5-deuce, but this is not it. Now, can he rep the 7 effectively? That's the question.
Any chair but that one.
Just for a very small bet relative to the pot.
Is there anything more scary than a value bet?
Whatever you guys want.
It can be very confusing, especially depending on the player. If it's an aberration from their typical sizing and toe, obviously raising.
Great chair. She's been folding like premiums and shit.
Optimizers say just kidding.
She's like, no way.
Thank you.
Yeah, having a little bit of showtime. You're a good-looking boy, Blake. You get that TV time.
All right. So right as I said that, I realized so Optimize is one of the players that has the bluff jam, and I imagine that's what he's thinking.
He may be.
He's certainly not thinking about calling unless he just
They only got bottles.
take it away. He thinks better of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with my TV time. No, he wants to think it. He wants to put toe on the. If toe it had the hand that he thought he did, he wants to put toe on notice.
Okay.
Just come on. But I had to make a difficult fold here or whatever. And as VPIP is coming into play here, right now Niha, not real surprising, is pretty much locked to be kicked off the island.
He was up against queens and ace king.
There
you go.
Yeah, everybody else pretty safe.
Yeah, I mean 60%. I mean, folks, so typically, in case you don't look at the VPIP numbers, because we don't run them very often in our regular cash game, a typical VPIP for a 5-5 uncapped game, where there's 20 to 25,000,
Yeah,
maybe
dealers
$30,000
playing
on the
loose with the
table
rules around
is
here.
about 28%. Isn't that what you guessed? 20,
Yeah,
32?
round. Yeah.
And the low will be sub 20, which nobody really likes. Those there's kind of nit players or people that have gone card dead.
Whoever's totally wild might be in the low 60s, and right now, other than Niha, that's the bottom VPIP.
Well, we were talking about Kevin Y. Kevin Y had that night where the deck just slapped him in the face all night. He's getting ace king after ace king. You know, even the point that Optimize thought he was. Yeah, this crowd is so hilarious. He was at
that half of the table.
highest VPIP we've ever seen KY. So,
yeah, those four over there.
60% for these guys that's just amazing for everybody.
JoJo's had enough folding. He's going to rip his sevens, I believe. Oh no, he just calls. Okay, call on the graphic. Thought he had more chips.
By the way, I keep saying your name wrong. I was connected by a friend of mine, Angie. Her name is Neha, not Niha.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay. So I just popped into my mind.
All right, I'll have to remember that as well. I've been calling
Thank
her
you,
Niha
Angie,
for too
correcting
long.
my bad pronunciation.
Yeah, Neha, apologies. We'll get it right. So Burger calls Queen Jack suited and G Money getting a good price to try to flop a set.
Thanks so much. Amazing.
Wow, you know who that is?
He'll make a call.
Very cool.
No way.
For real?
Nice.
Vegas? Nice.
Queen 7-3.
Hell yeah.
Top pair
Swinging a miss.
for Burger.
You really do want the max beam tonight.
You know, if there's ever a time to root for it, I suppose this would be the least vicious time to do it.
The least.
That's crazy, huh? Just the Mr. Millions, huh?
I never wish bad on them, but just entertain.
Yeah, well, that's all we want is entertainment value,
And then
folks.
basically just extend my.
If everybody could win, I'd be good with that.
You know, a lot of times we
Yeah, I was like, I
talk
wanna
about
go
it.
to
That we'll call a game
No,
and
no,
it's
it's
like
I've
the,
always
tournament,
I've
right?
always wanted to play it, and then like I.
the Buffalo
finally
Bills
was, like,
versus
Yeah, you got the hell yeah. That's
versus
what's
the
up.
Jacksonville Jaguars, 48-3, and you're like, now we kind of empathize with having those announcers
Yeah.
have to call a game where they're
Oh, I love that
interviewing
this
people
year
on the
they hit
sideline every
the
5
whole,
minutes.
like,
Optimize nails
register
straight on the
nails.
turn.
yeah.
1K already in the middle.
the first time
SPR
you
is
buy in,
1
right,
for
with the
both
app,
players.
You have to go verify your ID and all that bullshit, right? So you still have to go through the line. But after that,
It's
once
checked
you
to by
get
really
Burger.
unfortunate. The only thing that can really save Burger here is a
Apple
9.
Pay, a bank card, anything. It doesn't even matter. And then not only that, he gives you all your
course, we'll
bullshit,
chop
and there's
this.
no lines. Like once you have a seat, it'll just say, "Hey,
Optimized
your seat's
goes
available. Go."
About a quarter pot.
That's awesome. Before you would get in a line, right?
Oh yeah.
Finish that. Go get in another line. Finish that, and then
I think
maybe
Burger would
you
have to have
a seat.
some sort of
And then you
read
gotta
on
carry all these, like,
Optimized to
bullshit
get
tickets,
away
show your
now,
ID like
but
5 times.
You don't have to use the kiosk anymore.
he
No,
makes the
nothing.
call.
All on the app, and then
Gonna need some help. Needs a
like,
9.
If they fucked up something on your ticket,
Brick River.
you're fucked. You had to go
Optimized stands
all
to
the
win
way
at least
back. They had to, like,
1,500.
fix your shit.
Yeah,
It was
let's
all-
see what
No, they
Burger
eliminated
does
all that. I
here.
was like,
He
that's
does
badass.
check.
That was super bad. Yeah, with the app.
Yeah, he rips it.
We got a real hand going on.
And
Yeah,
Burger
this
just in a
even gets-
gross spot.
This even gets Modelo Poppy to stop talking.
Well, that was one of the first ones, wasn't it?
Well, for a second.
Yeah, I think so. This time it was one of the
Yeah, and
first ones.
Optimize, he won that huge spot early with 5-deuce off. I mean, of the players like we've talked about, he would be on the lower end of the credibility list.
Present your ID for the first one. It saved all of them. That's true. Yeah, 'cause you got to verify your credit card. Yeah.
You know, this is Burger's. I play with him all the
So I'm
time.
pretty sure that's why they put
I
them
love
first.
playing with
They're
this
like,
guy,
all right.
but he is very
Let's get the
capable
demographic
of
off the
figuring
way.
this out. That 8 was his killer card.
They have
Yeah,
two.
played
They
a
have
fair
a
amount
senior-
with Burger.
I think
He's
they have
a
55 one, and then they got a
very
super senior,
capable
which is
player.
Like 60 or something like that.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Damn, they got a 6.
Yeah, I thought it was 2. I thought there was like 2 of them.
Senior is 55 and super senior is 60.
Something
He
like
does,
that.
this is very similar. He just made a wonderful
poker players
call
don't live that
when he
long,
was
dude.
playing the board. And his whole stack $30,000. This is it's a little different.
Yeah, Burger's probably thinking right now, could somebody else be in a gross spot? Why is it always me? Gets
good
away.
fold,
Nice
good
fold,
Show the
Burger.
bluff. Show the bluff.
You know,
Show the bluff. Show the bluff.
$2,300 pot,
hey,
but in
Blake.
reality, $900.
So you got it?
Optimize still a big win. Again, he makes
You
his
do a
good
stupid
night go
little
better.
It's fun as showing it.
Getting that turn card, that dream turn.
Nice hand, man.
And
Optimize
optimize, yeah. Go
gave
ahead.
Burger the courtesy of a honest, good fold.
like our first real serious hand.
Yeah.
Of course, you never know for
1.0.
sure.
Yeah, it may be sarcasm.
That was our first real
Yeah, he was disappointed with the fold, but he knows good play when he sees it.
Was it like super nuts or just like nuts?
Second nuts probably.
Well, folks, once again, this is Little T with Whammo. This is TCH Social live in Austin.
Super nuts.
Our VPIP Survivor 125 Hold'em, no limit Hold'em game. We've had a blast tonight. Guessing the box
I was working with a lot.
now. Kristen doing the card running. We always appreciate the hard effort.
Dude, you got the
Those
rare.
these tippers have been good tippers tonight.
The rare.
In
The rare.
case.
That's what's up, dude. I try to get those.
This is tough on the dealer. Got a lot of people
It's
in
a lot of
one
work.
hand. 2 hours in the box. Somebody talking
I
in
tried to
your
get them.
ear.
I couldn't get them.
Having to call the cards and the action.
Yeah, industrial.
Top pair rough kicker for Burger.
Somebody woke up.
Top pair of fours for Flacco. Who else is equity? Optimize a little equity. Pair of deuces.
I
Yellow.
like that. I like it.
No pair. He folds.
Okay, I'm taking. I'm taking.
Neha's going to bet her wheel draw
You got it.
I don't think so.
and get a lot of respect. She'll take that one
You
down.
know, that's a good thing about playing tight is you can make a bet and get these boys to fold out of pure abject fear.
Yeah, just that.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to hop into this chaos. You know, you're on the short stack. You really just gonna have to take a spot and go with it. Getting a bluff through is quite the accomplishment multi-way,
Yeah.
or semi-bluff, I should
Well,
say.
you know, we've seen a ton of
Anything harder than Diet Coke. Anything,
bluffing on the fly.
anything harder than Coke Zero for this
What do I
guy.
feel about that, huh?
Green teas and bananas.
He's gonna be reaching into your pants.
Very difficult, like you said. I mean, that optimized there. That's probably why Burger keeps so long. Am I
Got
really
32
getting bluffed
flavors?
off the hand?
All 32 flavors.
Having called essentially a bluff for a chop in an earlier hand.
Wow.
Cookies.
JoJo, sevens again,
Oh, look, its hands are down there, bro.
raises it up. Sitting on the short stack, so
I was like the first
He
one.
does. So does Phil.
just take down. This is the first for tonight. He takes down just the
Or maybe
blinds.
not.
Yeah, I started to say that is
He gave a big hand.
and really disappointed for sevens that made a bet there.
They exchanged black chips.
Yeah.
Fucking
Don't
be
grab the
locked
drinks
in.
when I grab the drinks.
Yeah.
Blake, did you even drink your tea
I
shots?
told him,
It's long, dude. Yeah.
You didn't fucking drink them, dude. You threw them in the plant, didn't you? You threw them in the fucking roses behind you.
Those are fake.
Optimize still winning the most, along with Flacco, Modelo, and Burger.
100%. It's probably the biggest he's ever played.
Oh my God. Pick on toe. He was nursing it for about 20 minutes over there.
He warmed it up.
He was nursing the shot for 20 minutes.
He's like, I like hot green tea. I like my tea hot. I drink my tea hot. I'm sorry, guys.
Hot and non-alcoholic.
It's not Paul.
Hot. Hot. Hot, hot shot.
All right.
Optimize
No.
with King
You don't
Queen
wanna beat
suited.
He did.
that? No. Oh yeah. Maybe yes. Maybe no. Maybe yes. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. Though.
We're gonna go to the
Please
solver.
give him the nuts. You know.
All right.
Monotone board, all diamonds. G-Money has the best diamond, second nut diamond. Top pair for Optimize.
Could have made it smaller.
Should have done like 50.
Yeah.
You couldn't start at 15, asshole.
15 would have worked.
4 on the turn is a brick. Optimize still in good shape here.
Check the cookies. The Cookie Monster.
And no diamond on the river. Optimized, still good. Manages to hang on.
2-5.
G Money's going to bluff at it. Yeah, Optimize makes a call. I think relatively easy call.
This is what this game does to
Dello out of there.
Oh, nuts!
G Money
Forgot to raise
calls out nuts with Queen High, and Optimize will take that down. He's on a little bit of a short-term heater.
He runs like gold.
He always has a monster.
Hey, nice bluff, dude.
Not only that, he's got the best runouts. He's got the best runouts all the time.
Oh my gosh, supposed to fold. Oh, I need more chips.
All the good things happen to Blake and only Blake and nobody else. Where's my beer?
Raise from Neha. Suited connector.
Yep.
And looks like we got the whole table coming along. Monotone board again, but pair of aces good for G Money. JoJo with the best flush draw.
Eliminating somebody.
Yeah?
I wonder who it would be.
He's got third nut hearts. 5 pairs on the turn.
I'll give to anyone.
Proves no one. G Money.
I can pick who it is. I get to pick who.
Still
I
good.
won't tell you who. I'll give you 3-1 that I pick it correctly. And
I'll do
bet
4 to
any
1,
amount
and
up
I'm
to
not going to tell you
$100
either.
case.
But
bet
what's it
any
happen?
amount. I'll give you way better odds. I'll give you like 10 to 1. I get it right.
But I'm not going to tell you either.
Yeah.
I tell you what. You know what?
Neha bits her pair of 8s, and G Money folds. Wow.
I don't know.
Are you a
Like,
dry burger?
That's fair.
yeah. I don't think.
Oh, excuse me. It looked like we had a graphical error. Wacko, in fact, is going to take that one down. So G Money getting away from his pair of aces.
Pick whoever you think it is. If you're correct, then I pay you $20. If you're incorrect, you pay me $200.
Oh.
Okay.
All right.
Do I write it down
You can just tell me.
right now?
Yeah, or you can just like point or nod.
I feel like it feels.
It almost doesn't need to be stated.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, you're fine.
I'll write it down.
Just write the number.
A little side action between Cam and Optimize. Not totally sure what the bet is. Optimize, first player to crack 2K profit.
G, no Vegas for you, bro?
Oh, probably not.
Damn.
G Money and Cam down approximately the most,
I
but
already got my bracelet.
nobody
I sent
totally
it to
buried.
myself, so it'll have a timestamp.
Oh, okay.
I already picked up my bracelet with you, dog. It's all good. It's all good.
Don't worry, it's okay, don't worry. It's okay.
Don't worry about it. Don't
That's
worry
a
about
free
it.
roll. I think I just got free roll. You put it in the notes app.
No, I didn't put it in the notes app.
In the notes.
I sent it to myself.
He types the time after.
I spent like 10 minutes in the game.
Oh, 3 different tournaments, 1 bullet each.
I gotta wait 10 minutes to tell you.
Yeah, good.
My second bullet, I almost made the money, but Ace King versus 9's out.
You gotta win those.
That's
I
what I
know.
expect, you know.
I'm not that good. I'm not that good. I'm not that good. Yeah, I'm not that good.
I want a couple of big flips when it mattered.
That's the one. That's the one
A big flip.
that mattered. for
I
me.
did lose a big pot.
Big flip that could have like
It wasn't a
got
flip.
you first place or something.
Oh goddamn!
I would have been chip leading with like 18 people
You
though.
just win the tournament if you win that flip.
It would have been close. For real.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
I checked.
In the middle?
Burger with a pair and an open ender.
With like.
You were in day 2?
Yeah, I got 13.
How many bounties? How many bounties?
G Money with the same hand.
All 1-4.
Burger does have backdoor spades, and Toe will bet.
Yeah, but
I just want to make a day 2.
With basically nothing.
Because I feel like if I get 1 bounty, it's going to be the 1. You know what I mean? I'm just a flip.
Does have a gutter.
Lost kings versus queens for like
Million or bust.
I have him, yeah. I have him.
80 million chip pot.
The thing is getting to the bounty that's the biggest struggle.
G Money going to raise up his pair and open ender.
I won most of my flips, obviously. To get
In that one though, you said
I lost a big
one that wasn't a flip.
That wasn't. Yeah. It was just unfortunate.
He'll make it 215.
Hold on this part.
No, brother.
Oh gosh. Shit. Sorry.
He was like, huh? He was like, huh?
I'm like, hey, I know you're trying to help him out.
Yeah, that's very nice. You're okay.
You're like, no. No, you don't fold. Hold on.
Yeah.
Like, hold on.
I'm trying to help him out. I stuck myself.
Yeah.
What does it cost me? 4 5.
Burger will make the call. Turn is not a spade.
I did that shit in the Colossus.
Players would be chopping, and that is a king, and that will probably
I'm like,
slow the action down a bit unless G Money wants to turn his hand into a semi-bluff, and
I had 5 deuces of
I
spades.
think he does. He's just going to rip
And I
it.
thought it limped to me, but the last.
This is going to put a ton of pressure on Burger. I don't
It wasn't that much.
think he can
It was like a
continue.
third of my stack, so I was like, fuck it. I was like, whatever. Immediately I was like, yeah, for sure. And then nothing.
Damn.
He flicks in the call, so chop pot. Nice call, but Burger just in all the gross spots. This is the second time he's had to call with a chop for his whole stack. Or, well, not his whole stack, but all of G Money's stack.
I thought your hand was good. Sorry, I didn't know it was shit.
And they'll chop it up.
Now, sorry, folks, I've had to run around and get us another player. Again, we're playing the VPIP Survivor, so 15-minute time delay. We are actually right now going to have another player come in, but you'll see it in about 15 minutes.
Wow.
So this is a kick him off the island.
Just the first one, yeah. I didn't see the jump.
Yeah, what is with Burgers having? I mean, he's going to have to go take some.
I mean, he is
get acid after this thing.
I think he's been in 3 tougher spots than the next toughest of any other player. He just, at least this time, he won $78 instead of 32 or whatever it was last time.
It was $32.
Yeah,
he did get the extra dollar because he was in early position. Toe only won 31.
just holding King 9?
technically the most profitable player of the hand. How about that? There you go, Burger.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Every little penny counts. You know, I'm always, I was asking earlier for people, asked them what did they think the most overvalued hand, and I got no response from the chatters. So disappointed. But one of the things that I think about a lot is how cheap are poker players? I had one tell me the other day they got irritated because they found out that we went up $1 in hourly rate in June. And I heard they talked about it for 12 minutes and then shoved blind for $400.
Yeah, I was waiting for there to be an oxymoron there because that's it doesn't
like,
make a tremendous amount of sense.
Maybe they're just they're bad, so they've got to scrape all the money out from the couch, come and play poker or something.
2 boards, dealer.
He jammed 400 hours of the extra dollar.
Yes, I was like, dude, you just jammed next year's dollar increment. So,
pair of queens for optimize. He's ahead.
Not all Canadian, not all bad tippers are Canadian. Some of them are poker players.
Bunch of checking and optimize will make a bet here. That'll be $35. Nope, 60. Missed a green chip. A lot of quick folding here, and he'll take it down. There's been a lot of things somewhat amazing about this game, and one of them also kind of more of late is people getting bets through 5-6 players, which always seems impossible. It always seems like there will be one caller.
It does, but the difference between this game and when you have 5 or 6 in a cash game is these guys are playing everything, and everybody knows it. So if somebody plays with microphones,
yeah, that's a good point.
Your earphones are vibrating your cranium right now.
It's a lot more junk.
Yeah, I mean, they know that probably out of the 6 players in the hand with them, 3 of them are playing junk to get their VPIP up, you know, and, you know, so they're calling that $5. But like I said, that's creased, you know, a lot of. By the way, I was talking to Flacco. That is not Randy Macho Man Savage. That is the Ultimate Warrior.
Ah, okay.
Do you know who that is?
I've heard of the Ultimate Warrior, but I'm not. I couldn't tell you anything about him.
Okay, well, you know, I won't say what. Well, there's a famous comedian that always talks about wrestling fans being booger eaters. So, you know, I don't want to be put in that class.
I read books and studied when I was a kid.
Yeah, wrestling books.
No. No.
I read the biography of Hulk Hogan.
Actually, the full disclosure of it, I wasn't allowed to watch wrestling.
You know, that was true of me too.
Yeah.
It was the I think Friday night, and I kind of got, you know, my sister would tell you that I watched way too much TV as a kid, which is true. But I would watch Friday night at the Sportatorium.
Oh, man, nobody called?
Von Erich's, all of that, you know, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And Mom, if she woke up, would come in, because my dad would usually even have work Saturdays and really, really early, so they go to bed early, come in and say, turn that off. That will literally rot your brain.
Oh, I remember being told things were going to rot my brain.
Yeah.
If I had something that was unapproved.
Yes. Of course, she said that about Saturday Night Live, too. She was not big on that.
Yeah, that was another one.
She slammed the TV off once when they did a skit about carbonated feminine products, so which was really famous for getting them in big trouble. She turned the TV off really fast.
I would get to see the cold open every once in a while because when the 10 o'clock news ended, my dad wouldn't want to turn off SNL. But then when things got inappropriate and my mom gave him the look, it went off.
Yes, and there was always that. There was, because it's nothing for now, but at the time it was amazingly off the rails.
Mom listens sometimes, so Mom, sorry about giving away your secrets if you're listening at the moment. Maybe a little past your bedtime, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Top pair for Optimize. He's been on.
It is way past
pitching
my
some
mom's
hands.
first bedtime.
Oh, top pair for Jew Money as well. Couple of spades, but nobody with a draw.
Over's queen for sure.
What's the lie?
And not
226. The line is -5. Yeah.
call from G Money.
60 -3 and the over.
To a turn, 7 of clubs.
Looks good.
Right now is about the time when I play this ace-deuce where I'm really wishing I had better coverage with the overcards, so that it, you know, the more cards you have on the board that cover up your deuce, the higher they are, the higher the possibility that your opponent hits 2 pair. But it also raises the value of your hand because you get coverage for, you know, at least a chop.
One thing that's probably going through G Money's mind a little bit because he checked the flop over to Optimize is that technically his hand could be considered somewhat under-repped. So I'm sure he's wondering, is Optimize just trying to take this? If he checks to him. Or excuse me, Optimized bet Teeny gets a call.
85.
Optimize is going to rip. We're not sure what the river is. Hopefully we'll get that in a moment. And 2 pair for Optimize.
You like it that much?
G-money with basically a bluff catcher.
Yeah, and I would tell you that this would be our biggest hand of the night, except for the fact that G-money is not making it that way. Optimize has $2,000 more than he does, so don't be fooled by that. Hand 62 is not worth $3,000.
So tempting to hero call in a game like this, but would be to his detriment. Of course, getting huge odds on a call only has to be right.
I think the fact that it's so often my opponent, I've already put on an ace that's better than mine. And then you've got a queen, a jack, and a 9, and a 7. All of those could be 2-pair. That's my thought process at this point, which is why you don't play ace-deuce.
And whether G-money calls or folds, Optimize will be the first player up over 3K.
Positive 30.
Okay. Nice. Plus 20?
Yep.
Put it in the chat. Does he call or does he fold?
I mean, you beat nothing, like you said. You don't beat anything but bluffs.
I like to charge. I like to charge for negative.
Trying to come up with hands, maybe a flush draw that bricks, or
yeah, you can put him on spades, or even the king 10 got there. That's maybe you run. You're G-money's a good player. He's going to run through all those hands. He's even going to stare at Optimize, which I can tell you, for a player Optimize
Nice
is not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get a tall off of him.
nice fold by G-money.
I think towards the end, Blake is what Blake was thinking it would be interesting to me. Is he putting his opponent on 2-pair at that point? I think if you told him it was ace-deuce, he's like, why is he tanking? But maybe think, did he have ace-9? The way that he's probably reviewing the hand in his own mind and saying, what in the world was he worried about? Did he think I made a straight at the end?
Yeah, if I'm G-money, that's one of the hands that as soon as I can, I'm going to fire up the stream and figure out what Optimize had.
Yeah, but I think Optimize will do the same thing. Considering how long he took, he's going to look at this hand and go, he must have had either a small set and was worried about a straight, or he had another 2-pair. Ace-deuce is, you can say that ace-jack was right in the range of hands that we're still a little. You see the beat that Neha is out now, so it's our new player coming in.
Neha eliminated with a 50% VPIP, which is more than respectable. But Cam, I think, setting a new high for the day, 83%.
Yeah, that may be a new high.
He said it, but
you can see everybody's way above 60%, 63% for JoJo. Hey, going back to that hand, as we get the new player in here, I was getting earlier, getting that player off the cash table. If you put ranges, we always have a tendency to look at the ranges of what the person that's trying to do the calling, what are they thinking about? They're thinking about, okay, but I'm also, a lot of times when I'm in, I know that's what's getting scrutinized. I'm thinking about that other person's range. And I think if you ask Optimize, then he would say, it looks like you're talking about it. Ace-deuce was at the very bottom of that range.
Yeah.
Maybe he would think about somebody that, with a queen, but might take a little bit of time. But that was such a wet board, only avoiding the spades.
Yeah, in fact, it may have saved G-money because that jack on the river made almost anything reasonable Optimize has get there. There wasn't a ton of
if it had been 6 of
misdraws.
diamonds, I think he may have called.
Are we not playing Bomb
Yeah.
and we orbit?
No.
We're going to see like 5. Just throwing in 5.
As Melanie, our old producer, makes an appearance,
If you're in position, or if there's no bet in front of you,
play a bomb pot. Let's play a bomb pot.
thought you was fucking around.
As 4-7 of spades is the best hand on the bottom. Well, I don't know if anybody has it yet.
Whoa.
Well, there's the 4 of spades.
Flop flush for toe.
10-4 is so far the best on the bottom.
That's a candidate.
She likes attractive females only.
And there's a jack.
She likes attractive.
Very disjointed board. The 5-6 is the best hand on the top.
You're far from that.
Again, I don't see anybody that's got it.
So first and foremost, you gotta be attractive first. You know, before anything.
JoJo with a gutter to a bigger straight, but
Complete rainbow on the top board, so no flush is possible.
You might be beautiful in your mom. You might be beautiful in your mom's eyes. But in the general public.
Oh, you gonna talk about your mom like that, dude?
In the general public's eyes.
JoJo's taking a bet.
Welcome.
Got top pair, a draw.
Yeah, he's got two pair on the bottom, but that
five,
horse he's
no
not in
straddles.
play. But
If
just
you
top
win 3
pair on
hands
the
in a row,
top.
which nobody has done.
King is a
Everybody
really
will give you 20
inconsequential card.
On the third hand, yep.
King, not an ace.
And then the person with the lowest VPIP gets changed every hour
Bottom.
in an hour. So in 1
More
hour,
spades.
it restarts right now. When you come in,
Optimize
the
going to
next
scoop.
hour, the person with the lowest
Yeah, the
VPIP
10
gets
got
straight
away.
out.
The 10 high spades got away, so spades are not in play. And ace jack is good enough for both
You can
boards.
put it wherever.
Jack 3 actually for the top board. Wow, that one came out oddly. We didn't have any wheels. We didn't have any better straights. We didn't have any real spades.
Yeah, really not a particularly strong hand on either board to actually get a scoop for.
And you know, on a 1-2 table, that would have been 4-way all in.
Right. Yeah. Dang, Optimize got 2.8K, more than double second.
Yeah, I had a good week last week in the 5-5 as well.
That's why I was.
Bimbo Urba?
I gotta
Is
get
that
your
our
nerds
new
somehow.
player?
You know what I mean? You guys are tough.
Yes,
You nerds are tough.
I had to
Did I
write it
Fucking
out
nerds are real tough.
for Kristen to put into the machine. Bimbo Urba. I didn't get a chance to ask him what that meant. I don't know if I
We're gonna
really
get this
wanted to
going
know.
2-5 levels, so.
I played with
Urba.
Bimbo a lot. Good player.
It's gonna
At
play
least my
different,
first
but
time calling a
nice.
stream with him on it, so it's be fun.
Yeah.
10 high, flop,
Starting
a
off
couple of
with
hearts, and toe, nut flush draw.
Honestly, I'd pick up now.
Yep, there's the ace 3 of hearts.
Hey, yeah, usual time, right, Poppy? We'll play till 10 or whatever, or 9:45.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the last interchange.
By the way, I didn't say this all night tonight, but this is Modelo Poppy's game. I want to give him credit. Adam's sitting there in
That's you. You're the pro.
seat number 2. It was I gave a hard time to a minute ago because his name is Modelo Poppy. He's drinking a Corona. At least he
Yes,
kept it
dude,
in the
stop
same
fucking saying it,
country of
goddamn
origin.
weirdo.
I think we gotta
But
keep playing
Poppy got all the
someone out.
players lined up.
someone
I
out
just
in
kind of
front.
acted as the
Yeah.
That's what we gotta do.
game runner on this
up the
side.
stakes, and then they'll.
But
But, you know,
really
we will
appreciate
back
it. And
after the stream. We'll just kind
we're going to do it again with him because this is more fun than the proverbial box of monkeys.
I'm sorry, Poppy. You gotta go.
Cam good with 2 pair
My own game?
at 50.
Yeah.
Be like, fuck you. All y'all play
2A.
on that table over there. I'm gonna stay right here by myself.
Relatively wet board.
That is Modelo that you hear talking. Poppy. Taking a swig of his Corona.
It's done easy.
Cam takes it down. Couple of bucks for Jesse.
Well, hand number 65, which is not real surprising, is what are we, 3 hours into it? 3 hours and 10 minutes, so we're coming up on our last hour.
Yeah, probably a bit fewer hands tonight.
whoa,
but
Oh, yeah, I
when you
think,
go,
I think if we get 85, we'll be 82, I think is like the number.
it's hard to go fast when you're 9 ways to a flop.
Yeah, and
I knew it was gonna throw you off.
jams. And then we've taken a little time to have our
Yeah.
food off the island.
Tried 60.
That's not way with a real hand.
Poor
Has some-
Burgers had to tank in terrible spots.
Oh, yeah.
A few
It's
times.
horrible.
Optimize raising a suited connector here, or 3-betting, I should say. And
And Ben Bow goes all in.
it looks like actually raised to 195, Piers, but
Is
I guess
it
he
not all
came
in?
to play.
Legitimately the best hit I've
I think he had
The way you
200
shut the
behind,
chips board.
That's
or 300 behind.
right?
Yeah.
How much does he have? 300 behind.
He's announcing his presence with a 4-tie.
Not that big of a 4-bet. I think, yeah, Optimize is going to go ahead and call.
Oh, this is gonna pain me. I know it. Can't look.
Not really enough
Yeah,
to
I
get
think-
Optimize
yeah.
to fold.
I said that, but it really wasn't.
And
Reflex.
Benbow will just smash this
Yeah,
flop. Top pair and spade draw.
Yeah,
so-
second nut spade draw.
Said you like apples?
How do you like them apples?
Take it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing so many shit hands.
Always nice to come out the gate with even a smaller medium win. Just feels totally different.
Yeah, I agree.
I wonder why.
People love this city.
I feel like being up 200 after your first hand is worth more than the $400 of being down 200.
They shouldn't tell anybody on the.
Money and the mentality.
Yeah, they're probably watching this and like, oh man, Austin players are just terrible, man. They're limping all around. They're getting in there with 8-deuce, you know. Austin players are different. They're gonna come bum hunt us soon.
That's fair. I
All
would
those
too.
guys from Dallas.
It's been a while since we had some premium versus premium. Not that it hasn't been entertaining, but we went on
That's
a run
true.
of ace king versus queens a couple times, and
Yeah,
now we're seeing a lot more kind of middle of the road hands.
aces winning and getting crushed.
Only one beat up them.
But you're right. You know, that's what makes this game so great. Is we don't have to wait around for premium
Right.
hands to have premium commentary or premium entertainment.
I need help.
Yeah, we don't need a cooler to see something
Yeah, you
wild.
got
happen.
overdose.
No, the 5-deuce by far the most entertaining hand tonight. For those of you that were on the stream, we had a 3-way all-in where Optimized called with 5-deuce off against ace king and queens and won the hand.
And somehow middle pair good toe here, 6 ways.
That's the recipe for Hispanic.
Some
Everybody knows
backdoor
that.
draws for G money.
That's how they were created.
No aces.
Dello,
And that's good for like all types of. It's like a
as a
blanket.
prayer, get some backdoor draws, but
If you're a little bit Asian and a little bit brown,
Gambit
you're
is
Mexican.
going to bet with 10 high.
There's nothing else.
Yeah,
to it.
he's setting himself up for repping an ace, which is pretty bloody brilliant against this many players, and there isn't one.
Flacco's got deuces, and he's almost getting good enough odds to
I need to do more tournaments.
call to try to hit a deuce.
Wow.
But now trips for toe, and he's way ahead. In fact, cannot be beat. And he's going to try to trap Cam. Cam checks back wisely.
Yeah, that's the thing is that Cameron there, when you get called for that bet, you put them on a minimum of jack immediately. Okay, that may be second pair calling me. At that point, because there's no draws to straights or flushes really. I mean, maybe they could have queen king there, but you're immediately when that jack comes up, you're like, well, if he really did have a jack like I anticipated, yeah, I'm definitely not going to bet now. And now a value bet coming in for what is that, 1/3 the pot. Yeah, that's that. There's nothing smellier than a value bet.
Yeah, Cam thinking about only fold or raise.
Yeah,
And
he's going to do a little bit of a
gets away.
Yeah, man, I felt it too.
I really wanted to bluff there.
a little revealing. He thought about it.
Yeah,
It would have been ill-advised.
In fact, it's always difficult to get into somebody's mind, but I think when Toe was tanking up
You're 100%
moments
here.
before acting there, he was considering
No,
checking
you
the
know
cam
what?
to try to
Sit
get
down.
him
He's
blast
not
off
being-
if he had an air ball.
He's definitely not.
Can't be. You guys
It's so hard
Yeah,
to pick
we-
a hand as strong as Trip Jacks, especially in a wild game like this on the river.
He's good. He's good. He's good. He's not sitting down. He's not sitting.
Yeah, as my partner was talking about it is very difficult to put yourself in somebody else's head. But you hear the thing that always cracks me up at the most at the table is when people say, well, I knew he had, or I knew they had. And in reality, that don't, folks, if you're listening to this, don't say that. Because everybody at the table that plays a lot of poker is thinking, yeah, you did. So don't say that. It just, oh, I knew you had Jack.
He said he will not be denied his
you
defense.
That last hand.
You had a good
Not
guess.
today, not today.
Maybe you made a good read, maybe even a soul read, but you didn't
Keep
know.
him honest, everybody. Yeah, keep him honest.
So just don't.
We'll call that
Hey,
flop.
yeah, I had a really deep sinking feeling you had it, Jack. Yet nobody knows anything in poker. All we know is that anything is possible. It's just mathematically diminishing in possibility the wilder it gets. Optimize with the nines, which we've seen a few times tonight. Haven't seen ace king in a while. 2 overs is going to call. Another blank, which is great for nines. This is like a perfect board for nines. Pairs love pairs, and it's all unders. $250 bet from Optimize. He's had the best night of anyone at the table tonight. Toe still likes his ace king. He's got the nut, no pair. And again, another perfect card for nines. Now, Blakey is evaluating. Could he possibly have a 5 here? And we've talked about Toe's range is Montana. It's so big. So his range of possible hands that he could have is so large. He's going to actually down bet to 175 this time. Maybe trying to show some weakness. I don't think it's concern over a 5. I mean, ace 3 is a possibility. This is about as big a pot as you can get with these two players with these two hands. And as entertaining as this stream has been tonight, especially with all the talk and laughter, this has got a little serious hand here breaking out. He does make the call, and he's going to get the bad news. So of a really big hand, considering that it was ace king versus nines, and that board was the texture that it was.
Optimize on such a tear, nearly 4K.
Yeah, he's made the right folds and he's gotten the right calls.
Optimize might walk out of here and think maybe I'll just start VPIPing at 80% in every game.
You know, I don't know if it would work on with our 5-5
I mean,
crowd.
you can see in the graphic he started with $500. The gentleman is almost to 4,000. Very nice night for the man in seat 8.
What'd you say?
That's what I wanted.
Wait, what was that?
Yes. Uno más, por favor.
Got a bunch of limps. Players trying to maintain that VPIP. If you're joining a little late, we'll get back to that, the terms of the game. Got ace queen suited here for JoJo. He's all in.
Was it? Yes, 5-5.
No, it's 5-6. I had 5-6. Yeah, it's 5-5 deuce. Yeah.
Oh, nitty fold, nitty fold.
Well, he opened, so 5-6 is like way behind when he raises. Well, it depends on.
G-Money's got a pair, and he's already put $80 in the pot, so he's going to be all in here.
Yeah, I'm calling a 4-bet with that, you know what I mean? But that's me.
Right. You look at 5-6, you probably
Optimize
just
out
fold
there.
immediately.
JoJo and G-Money will flip for it.
Good luck, guys.
There it is.
Oh, and
I'm telling you.
a gutter for
Been gold all
G-Money.
day.
JoJo needs an ace or queen and does not get there.
5-6.
Big balls.
JoJo just been a bit unable to make a hand in the early going of joining this game.
How do you do it, G? How do you do it?
Gamble. Should gamble with the 5-6.
Nice spot there for G Money.
Should know these two guys all have overcards. 5-6 super line. Yeah. But Cam want to improve though. Cam will be looking at 5-6 like
Me?
No, well, the solvers always say fold, so you're right. You know what I mean? Play fold. That's why fold.
Cam will never.
When's the last time
Yeah, Optimize kind of running over the game. He's made some good moves, made some good hands, but he is winning more than everybody else that's winning
I just
combined.
like saying solver.
Usually I do like.
I don't even know how it would like it works.
I only have like me either. Huh? Short stack, you know. I can't play that shit.
Getting better. How bad could it be?
How bad can it be?
You can only lose 300.
All right.
All I know is that if you try to input this action in a solver, just melt down and shit. Just melt down.
On fire.
This is a PPIP game. Every hour, the player would be lower PPIP. Less PPIP table.
Not in range.
He's been driving some wild action tonight.
Stop being a fish. Stop being a
Every
fish.
question.
You
All
were 3
answers.
for 3
Fold
on-
pre-flop. Fold pre-flop. All.
That's good stuff.
99% fold pre-flop. 99% fold.
Got a raise from Burger. Call from Toe. Their heads up to a flop, and
He's like, how is everybody winning with 1%? What the fuck?
Burger's going to bet with 10 high.
Excuse me.
Toe makes a call with his king high. Ace on the turn, and
It's been my new mission.
Burger's going to
since,
bet
like,
real small, and
everybody can tell my tells. I've
Ace
been
is
trying to
definitely in
create
his
new
range.
games
And
that I can
Toe is a
win at.
non-believer, and he is correct.
I love it.
Yeah.
Also has a
I'm like,
pin
I'm
as
only gonna play
a
games that I made up.
Broadway out, which does not get there.
You're sharp, dude.
So Toe on the river here, good with his king high,
Yeah,
and
well,
Burger,
that's the easy part. I'm very convincing.
I believe, has no bets 110. So, and Toe makes an unbelievable call with king high.
And he used the purple.
Oh, no, excuse me, he rips.
Didn't
Pardon.
deter.
I thought it was just a call.
Wow.
It looked like he had put out around 110, so Toe is just going to win. Burger has to get out of there. And very nice move by Toe.
I calculated it. I wrote that down. You guys were curious. I was like, that guy's fucking.
Yeah, brother.
Wow, that's impressive.
Two.
Wait, did I get just like a
dialed.
everything in the middle?
No, I'll be good. Let me do just one, and then you can do it. One up.
Exactly.
Already? Oh, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, you got it.
Not a big deal. Where are we at? So it's 26. Let's put 2 hours. You keep the rest. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, Poppy, the other reason we got to have the penalty with this is because this last hour, you know, like some of these players are tightening up. Like Toe, I've seen him. He hasn't been any.
You know, this is the second time we've had this game, right?
I do know.
Okay. So we're gonna work it out. We'll figure it out for you, man. We'll make whatever you want. We'll make it happen.
It's like a mystery. Like down.
This guy wants to punish everybody for anything he can. He's like, wait. How can we make the people losing put more money when they leave? Chill out, bro. It's 1-2 game. Entry level.
I like it.
Modelo calling it a 1-2 game. This is the most insane 1-2 game I've ever witnessed.
There you go.
And JoJo finally queens. He's all in. Going to try to win a pot.
Oh, I'm definitely not.
Comes over the top of Optimize. And Optimize with the 5-deuce off again versus a premium pair. And
Of course he does. He's destined.
he gets away. If Optimize had called and won with 5-deuce versus queens again, that would have just been
Let's just see it.
Entertaining.
I'm trying to think of the best way of saying it. Just been like an all-time moment on the
I don't think
stream.
so.
Let's take a peek. Just take a peek. Oh, 5-deuce. That's crazy.
What is it?
Finally, JoJo
That was kind of fast, bro. That was kind of
gets
fast.
headed his way. It's been a rough start.
Not legitimate. You were shaking your head before you looked.
Not really his fault.
He
Just
looked.
hasn't one flipped.
He looked.
We've gotten a favorable run out.
Well,
Well, folks, thank you again for joining us as we wind down our last half hour here.
No, I
This is
got a
Uncle P
couple
with
ideas for
Whammo,
a
this
good
TCH
2-5 game.
social in Austin. Our 125 VPIP Survivor game that's been highly entertaining.
Sorry?
What's going to make it good?
We just got to make it
Yeah,
good.
while
I
I guess those listening would know Uncle T stepped out for a quick break, but while you're away, Modelo said something to the effect of, well, it's a 1-2 game, and I was like, this is not really a this is the wildest 1-2 game I've ever seen.
Well, the funny thing is I was talking to him when I was breaking, and he wants to take this to 2-5.
Oh, okay.
So that will be. I hope it doesn't hurt the action because it's a bigger buy-in. But I think with these players who typically play 2-5, 5-5, this is a 2-5 crowd, really.
So much. What are you?
I think it'll be pretty crazy still. It'll just be bigger hands, bigger pots.
That would be completely wild.
Well, instead of 2 hearts, we got 2 diamonds.
Yeah, 10
Okay,
10 high flop, couple of diamonds.
Sure,
and
everybody can use drop.
Benbow does have the ace of
2-5,
diamonds.
Same structure, right? So 2-5, 10, right? 15 caps still.
6 on the
Same
turn.
strategy, right? But the catch here is that if you're,
He's going to check it out of position.
Reward action players, right? Yeah. So if you're stuck 2.5
G-Money's going to try to take it. He does have a gutter, so bit of a semi-bluff.
3,500. Let's just say 3,500 to make the math easy, right? If you're stuck 3,500, only for that
G-Money
person,
actually with 9
it
outs.
becomes a match game.
If Benbow makes his call, and he'll
Okay.
So it can be you too, but you got to be stuck 35 first.
Yeah, totally.
So everybody else is.
Yes.
Got it. That makes sense. I
so,
like that.
So if you want to blast early and make it match for you,
I like
so
that.
be it. You know what I mean?
That.
Wow.
How does that sound?
That's brilliant. It's brilliant.
That's honestly really
Well,
really
and,
sharp.
you know, when it's that last buy-in of 500, you know you're punting it.
Yeah.
You're just gonna
Poppy's
That's what
always
I'm
in.
saying, but it'll
It'll
produce.
2-5
In a 2-5 game.
1,500
Cap. It's a cap. But if you're down 3,500, but not you're in for 35. You got to be.
This is what I was talking to him about.
Then it becomes match for you.
I like that.
If it becomes match, oh my goodness.
But just for that one person.
Just for that one person?
Well, whoever keeps getting buried 3,500. Well, then
I like that idea. I like that idea.
Yeah. The call. Right?
It's fucking obnoxious when.
I'm a genius. Thank
I
you.
believe we have another great idea by Modelo. He calls himself a genius, and maybe he just is.
He may be.
Cam with a real
That's what I
hand.
say.
He's got queens.
It's good shit. That's why I want to get it going.
I like it.
He's been in there with a lot of rags, so I'm
Queens
sure
have
he's
been the
glad to
pair
have
of
something real.
It's been the pair of the night.
Really has, yeah.
Sure.
Have we had aces more than once? I believe
Whatever
it's
you
just
want.
one. Have we had?
Tell me, fuck me.
Not too many.
I'm trying to convince myself.
What'd you call me? Jeez, wasted.
I'm not wasting. I'm fine. I'm just having the Asian flush.
Poppy cutting out a raise.
You know if I'm wasted.
No, just a call.
Almost took a drink of it.
Call,
With the lemon on
so
it.
What do you guys need?
hot building here. Looks like we'll go $80 4 ways to a flop.
Cameron was hoping he'd
Tell me
cut
for a
out a
check.
raise. And the king
Modelo.
does hit for Poppy.
And just smashes it, and he'll check.
Check again.
Wow,
6 on the
slow playing
turn.
his king. This'll induce. No, Cameron very wisely checks again.
Yeah, Modelo playing it
Gets-
really
gets
slow.
JoJo to bet into it. 120.
Call.
Yeah. Well, with this rainbow board and not really anything but 4-5, that's a threat. Poppy's thinking in terms of what his next bet's going to be. And the $700 pot that he gets called all the way around. Well, no, one folds.
Yeah, 7 on the river. Does give JoJo a pair, so he doesn't have to blast again. He at least has showdown value. Might
Yeah.
save him some money actually having that pair.
Yeah, he does bet 120. No, sorry, that was last bet. Oh, just gets checked down.
I truly believe that river 7 save JoJo the remaining $200 in a stack, because if it gets checked to you on that river, you just kind of, it's so tempting to lob that $200 out there and try to take down a $700+ pot.
Yeah, hitting showdown value does often save you money. You know, we talk about showdown value a lot, but it's really a thing. If you did like JoJo did, he's second pair there. So he's like, all of a sudden, his equity in his own mind is maybe going into the green. So he wants to take down. Before that, he doesn't have anything to risk. So he's going to make a bet.
You know, I saw an interesting poker training recently about how people are now, it's become more well known of how to utilize showdown value. That turning showdown value into a bluff is becoming underutilized. And I was thinking about that for my own game. I think once I got better with the initial grasp of utilizing showdown value in a profitable way, too far where you quit picking good spots to go ahead and, hey, I have showdown value, but I got to turn it into bluff. This is good so rarely. So that's something I'm going to try to kind of consider, at least in my game.
Interesting. You're always interesting.
I try my best. I appreciate that.
No, dude, we have two goals in our very separate goals in commentary. You want to be interesting, and I want to be entertaining.
Yeah.
You're a lot better being interesting than I am at being entertaining. Let's put it that way. So 10 of clubs would be an action card because Flacco would have the straight flush. Queen for Bimbo Herba, which sounds like a really goofy drink, you know. Can I get the Bimbo Herba with an extra shot?
Or maybe some kind of exotic dish. Like, could I get a side of the Bimbo Herba?
Yes. Do you have?
I hope we're not. We don't mean to offend Bimbo, by the way. We're just playing with words.
It's not his real name.
Okay.
You know, I mean, Bimbo Herba sounds like, you know, a very unknown character in Lord of the Rings. So it doesn't really sound like it's really anybody's name. But
I'm going to step outside my comfort zone and say maybe even like a Star Wars character.
Yeah, Bimbo Herba.
All right.
Yeah, Boba Fett's cousin.
For somebody that's never seen the movie, that's pretty. I'll take it. Flacco with a flush draw and facing a flush draw. He has a combo draw. He needs a 10 or a club. And Bimbo's all in, and Flacco trying to decide if he wants to call off 560. Has players to act behind him as well.
Hey, Jesse, what game is that right there?
Surprised there's no 2-5 games.
I know.
All the way here.
Are you really surprised?
Flacco with such a monster draw, actually,
or are you just saying you're surprised
leading in equity, and he rejams.
Kind of flows naturally with the
correctly, and
y'all hear a girl talking in the background? Oh wow!
We're gonna have a big pot. G-Money top pair, but he'll let it go.
Stop getting aroused at all this like
pretty easy fold after that action.
I like that word.
I folded a winner. I feel like.
I know. I
8 on the turn. More outs for Flacco. And totally bricks. He had 11 outs on that river, and Bimbo holds.
That looks like a raw action table to you?
Very nice.
I was more confused.
Hold there for Bimbo. And
you took a glance and you're like, wow, that looks amazing.
560. Nice hand.
Bimbo well into the winner's circle.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. If the
After that
kind of a nice blanky run out.
Eli?
He's up almost 1K as our most recent addition to the table.
It might get weird. You know what I mean? Afterwards, we're probably not going to keep doing this.
Well, folks, we have about 20 minutes left in our live stream. Would really appreciate you joining us tonight. This is Uncle T with my partner Whammo. One last time, I'm going to tell you about our tournament coming up this weekend. Is tomorrow really the 12th?
God, it's come fast. It sure is.
Summer warm-up, June 12th to the 16th. This is our $100,000 guarantee, $300 buy-in. Starting tomorrow, at 11 a.m. That is our first flight. You can see 6 flights on there with 2 turbos. Day 2 will be on Sunday the 14th. And then 15, excuse me. And then our Monday broadcast, I always say that like it's on freaking television. Our live stream.
Sounds so official. I like it.
Yeah, you like the broadcast?
Yeah.
Makes it sound like, like you're Walter Cronkite and I'm Johnny Carson.
I was about to say a name and I was going to use Walter Cronkite. That's pretty amazing.
For your age, yeah, it is amazing because you have no idea. You never saw Walter Cronkite.
No, I saw Peter Jennings and
my dad liked Peter Jennings.
Jim Lear,
Dan Rather.
Dan Rather. That's what, and the guy with the great voice.
I already know what you have, dude. You fucked up.
Tom Brokaw.
Tom Brokaw.
If I could sound like any of those, it'd be Tom Brokaw.
No, I liked Dan Rather. Tom Brokaw always sounded like he had a slight speech impediment.
Okay, I never picked up on that, but
maybe
I'll watch an old clip and check it out.
Like Barbara Wawa.
Have you ever seen this?
That's what my dad called her.
Yeah, well, that's because that Saturday Night Live called her Barbara Wawa.
Oh,
Gilda Radner.
I always thought it was my dad's idea. He just lost some credibility.
Disillusionment. As the 6 is hit for toe,
Where do you get this from?
playing his very illegitimate 6-4
Coca-Cola
diamonds.
product.
It's a Coca-Cola product?
Yes.
My dad must have watched Saturday Night Live after I went to bed. He
I don't know what
kicked me out of the living room, flipped her back on.
It's the reverse of my mom.
Got his Baba Wawa joke that I always give him credit for.
I'm sure it's probably.
What are you sure of?
Yeah,
Blake,
she
please
say, hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Baba Wawa. Good date wine.
I just realized something. This is an old memory, and we got toast. I'm going to take it down with Trip Sixes. I'm actually somewhat relieved because I remember as a kid thinking that was kind of a dumb joke my dad was making. I was like, that's not really that
paid joke. I mean, yeah.
Thumbs up, bro. I thought she got this straight from Facebook.
Oh, is it good though? Is it good at least?
Product advertising from Modelo Poppy.
She literally said that?
No, she said that's what she got from. Yeah,
Thanks everybody who's hopped on with us today. Hop in the chat. We got about 20 more minutes. I'm Kyle Frisbee. I'm here with Uncle T. TCH Social Awesome.
Did you just use your formal name? You didn't even call yourself Whammo.
Well, I think I'm going to start using it a little bit more because there's a lot of people that are kind of confused about.
Yeah, and how the girls
get in when the game starts.
Well,
I mean, they're looking up Whammo on the swipe left, swipe right.
I could be wrong.
It's my dating profile just says Whammo.
Yeah.
Suited ace king for JoJo. He's going to limp and try to get a little more money in this spot before he presumably jams, and that's going to work. Cam raising up king 10 off, and
Burger's like 16.
we don't try to root in the booth, but
Root in the booth?
root in the booth, but JoJo's just run so poorly.
Yeah.
It's hard not to hope he gets a hold.
And I think he was making money at the Deuce to 7 game, so he may probably is bemoaning the fact that he left that table to come to this table. Yeah, so I've told everybody this, but the Whammo is special, though. Because your last name is
Frisbee,
and your grandpa
can't spread it any more than that.
went by. Well, people called him Whammo as well, but my grandpa wasn't the founder of the Frisbee, but it was my more further back family that invented the Frisbee. It was actually a pie pan, the Frisbee Bakery.
That's a pretty bad hand.
Back in the UK, and people started calling it a Frisbee when they threw the pan and it stuck. Then the Whammo company made a plastic one, and that's where the nickname came from.
So,
and I have one of the originals on my mantle. It's a metal Frisbee.
A metal Frisbee?
Yeah, it's metal, and it says Frisbee. Well, it's pressed into it, and it's spelled like my last name, which is IE, which is actually the correct way. But Whammo changed it to EE at the end.
Oh, that's true. I always thought Frisbee was IE, but you're right. It was EE.
Yeah, they changed it to EE
they
when they
would
made
have
it
to
a
pay
toy.
the family any royalties, I guess, by using their name. So it changed it a little bit.
Well, I mean, I play 1-2 to 2-5 just to keep myself humble, but I really could afford to play 200, 400.
Yeah.
Jokes, chat.
Yeah, jokes.
Don't flame me.
You know that, and he is single. He can play 200 to 400, 200 to 400, and he is single. I'm always trying to pimp you out. Have you noticed that? I was like always. I see that we've got girls in the chat.
You know what?
Like,
I don't mind it, Uncle T. Maybe somebody out there will get a wild hair. Find you. It's KW Frisbee on Instagram if you're cute and you love poker. G Money's gonna 3-bet Ace Jack. I'll stop advertising.
Boy,
Oh, Cam with the same hand.
Your advertisement's a lot better than mine, though. I mean, I'm Uncle T on Instagram, and you can.
You're the
seek me
smooth
out if you
silver
play
fox
poker
Uncle
and-
T.
Yeah,
Don't act like you're not a ladies' man.
But my criteria is if you play poker and you've got all your cues. My bar is much lower than yours.
Look at this, dude.
Flacco getting way out of line with
table,
a 4-bet with 9-5
no
off.
chips in the fucking pot. No flop. No flop.
And
no
did he
dollar
get
chips,
ace
no
queen to
red
fold?
chips. All greens
G Money
and
with
gold.
ace jack.
Wow.
This fucking 1-2 game out of hand.
This might work. And if it does, Flacco, please show this.
Yeah.
I'm not a big shower, but if you get this through,
Yeah, especially at this stage with our 4 hours wrapping up, why not? Leave
oh
them
my
with some
goodness.
toy-
Optimize the ball. He's just going to call with 4 high. So 9-5 off gets called after 3-betting a bluff. And ace high flop. So
Shoot your text? No.
Both of them have a gut shot. One's got the other blocked.
No problem.
optimize with backdoor
I
diamond.
know you always try to get in the action game.
I
I
can
know.
give you a grade. I give you my phone number. I will give you.
Flacco's got all the big
you
aces
can. I
here.
mean,
It's
you
going to
can.
be pretty tough
Yeah,
for optimize to chase.
He's betting his range here, not his cards. So
We
that's
always look for more
smart.
players.
And Blake's thinking that Optimize is thinking about whether he has enough here. Probably not. It's $1,000 pot already with his $250 bet. So this is
Show the bluff. Show the bluff.
Come on, man.
Show it. He does show it.
he did
Love
yeah,
it.
He did show it.
Come on, man.
Coming in hot.
They're players.
And then Blake's thinking, yeah, you had me
They're good
crushed.
players. They're good players.
It was the best hand.
No, you vote. You vote. Well, you too. Well, you go and,
You don't raise me, I
his wife,
raise you.
his wife, they're good.
He calls out.
You don't raise me. I
Did
raise
Optimize tell the table he had 4
I
high?
don't think so.
Hey, tell him about
He's
this.
sitting
I
there
told
pretty
him,
quiet.
what? He was like, no. I gotta ask my wife.
Well,
And then never
I guess
came
it
in.
takes a teeny bit of
Tell
sparkle
him
off
it's a
of
good game.
bluffing with 9-5 when it's actually the best hand.
yeah, you bet the Dolly Parton and
I can't believe I put ace jack.
oh, what is the physical
I did put ace jack.
opposite of Dolly Parton? I guess
I
that would be
believe it.
Twiggy. You don't know who Twiggy is. That's really old.
Cam
No, he's not
3-betting
embarrassed.
ace 4 off.
I'm super embarrassed. Super embarrassed. Can't pull ace jack too
Give him a
apparently.
little cough. A little cough.
I'm super embarrassed. You should be, dude.
So is there any penalty for losing the VPIP game now?
No.
Since, so the VPIP
No.
game's actually off. This
yes,
is just
VPIP
how
game
everybody's
is off
playing.
now.
Like
This
the
is
last
just
5
natural
hours.
VPIP-ness.
Wow. And it is funny because poker games kind of have a mood or a tone or a table dynamic, obviously, which is a more technical way of saying it. I mean, the game is off and they're still playing relatively wildly, you know?
You know, I think it's just at this point, it's like habit.
Yeah, it's just the
You know, we started hot.
Mood of the game.
Just to review some of the hands we had tonight, we had a big hand in hand number 7, 13, 15, 16, hand 26. Here we are in hand 77. We had a ton of just amazing hands early. And again, what did we say? Like 9 out of the first 13 hands were all ins.
at least,
So
yeah.
it just at that point, you've launched at such an escape velocity, you're never coming back down to earth, you know? You're just cooking it.
Yeah, and that's always something key to kind of remind yourself is when something like this has happened, when it ends, the image you had of a player, you may have to kind of calibrate in case they adjust. But
You don't want to carry this over in the game tomorrow night.
Are you down
Yeah,
for
that's
the
you.
same setup with 2-5 or not? Sure. All right.
Cam good with ace high, still bet, and
No.
only a
For
gutter
the
for G Money.
It's Wednesday.
This is. I walked up to the table to talk to Adam about the next one with the we do. He wanted to tell me about his idea, and he talked about it with the table in more detail. But it just got cleaned up. But if you you look right behind Burger, there's a little tray there with it looks like
Oh hell yeah! Yes.
a
That's exactly what I'm
NASCAR.
asking. Yes.
event.
Exactly what
You know,
I'm
it's like there's a bunch of empty light beer cans that they cleaned off Poppy and Flacco's and the other
we
one.
carry our makeup with us.
This is so
We
different
carry our
than what we
makeup with us.
normally
We carry our
see in our streams. This is a bunch of guys here like it was a home game. That's what I love about it. They're drinking beer. Modelo Poppy's drinking Corona, which is weird. But and look at all the light beer cans. Already had a few shots tonight. And some, this is like a home game, which are always the most fun poker games. The home games,
Unless they're poorly run. But yes.
yes. I mean, anybody can throw a crappy party.
No.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like the best of both worlds. You have a great professional dealer and environment, but you get all the benefits of a home game.
And whoever has a home game with really high quality commentators.
I mean, yeah, and of course,
That
can't
goes
forget
without
about
saying.
us.
Yeah.
Benbow 3-betting 8-4 off.
And everybody was taking them. I'm like,
He's into the full swing of it now.
And Optimize going to call with a suited connector again.
Yeah, why not? You call it 4-3. Why would you call it 5-4 suited?
We just drink with the right type of people.
Jojo, unfortunately, has kind of crapped out his hand because he's got a 5 and Bimbo's got a 4.
But always drink.
Optimize is looking for the clubs.
And then not only that, we had
And he does hit the 5, which is good.
thank you so much.
Optimize. I couldn't even imagine how crazy of a flop that is for these two.
And he does call, he snaps him. He's just going to break. It's going to take, they always talk about take. Oh my gosh, he has 2
pair
pairs.
for Optimize.
This is the 5-deuce all over again, but his opponent has nothing in his
And he
betting.
keeps
into
bluffing.
It. A great check. Oh, he's going to come over the top of him for, it looks like 320. I can't tell.
Yeah, a few black chips in there. A little bit too wet of a board, just a flat.
Yeah, Bimbo took the early action to take a rep a hand like this, and he's had it completely ripped out of his grasp.
Oh shit!
Naughty.
That seems like a situation.
One hand, there was.
I know they are.
He just shows
Optimize
the
just
four.
shows
That still
one.
seems like a situation.
There was a flush draw.
As great. I mean, at this point, he is so free rolling his whole evening. He's up. What are we looking at? $3,200 on a $500 buy-in. That's pretty tasty. He may never play 5-5 again. Hammered down 1.2K. G-Money's down 1,000. Haven't come in late. Jojo has a horrible night. Came in real late and is still down 700.
On 5, right?
If Optimize doubled up Flacco, the second biggest stack, he would still be winning $900. That's how good of a night he's having. A couple of jacks for Cam.
We haven't seen those very often. The jiggities, the crappiness, cost me $600 the other night. Ace 10 versus jacks against a blind hand. We went all in. A whole bunch of money in the pot. Carolyn folds. He had ace 10. Even though I've got jacks, and he's had an ace 10, and there was another 10 in the blind hand, which we didn't know at the time, he still hit his ace.
I won that big hand with ace.
Yeah, I remember.
It was so hot. It was like, I've got the only legitimate hand here.
Yeah, you were faded.
And Optimize, keep the pedal to the metal. He's got 7-4 suited, and he will be the aggressor.
You're all stable again, right? Because I wanted to
Code
go
word
there.
Jesse is
Very
cheesecake.
first hand aces.
You have to use cheesecake in a sentence.
For everything.
Oh, yeah.
Immediately. Yeah. And I had just ran up the book, and I'm like, oh
That
my.
means you didn't take.
Graphic says Cam folded, but he did not.
I'm like, oh no. So that's after that. I was
Get
like,
that corrected.
I went and fucking emptied out my little box, and I was like, whatever.
Trying to
Let's
three
go,
bet
let's go, let's go.
burger, and I believe
Oh, but this game is too good for me to leave.
Cam still has his jack.
Or,
Yeah, we're running a little behind here on the rollout.
yeah.
Optimized
the
has got
jack.
7-4, and he does call.
Okay, so big correction. So Cam was the 3-better, not Burger.
Yeah.
And to a flop.
That's a beautiful flop for jacks.
Yeah, very nice flop. And Optimize. Brick
No
City.
overcards and nothing for his opponent, unfortunately, so he's going to take this down with any kind of bet.
Listen, it's like for entertainment for the
It's going to go a little over half pot.
Don't get cute, Blake.
I just like to keep the. I like to present it.
Yep,
it's out of there.
Made the right folds tonight.
Yeah, it's tough to come up with a misstep for Optimize tonight.
Yeah, let's change the game after the stream. Let's change the bigger so we can buy.
Calm down, man. Down. Let's make sure people stay first.
Let's make it 2-5.
Let's make sure people stay first.
On to hand 80, we'll be with you guys in a couple more hands. Thanks everybody who's hopped on with Uncle T and I. I'm Kyle Frisbee.
$10 million, everybody.
I think that's the first time I've guessed the right number of hands in a long, long time.
Yeah, worth
just
pointing
went
out
with the
Uncle T
Jason
called
Witten
that it would be 82. You do have a couple more.
Yeah, we went with the Jason Witten, one of my favorite Cowboys of all time.
Whatever you want is going to happen.
Whatever I want is gonna happen.
Wasn't that long ago. I can't claim to be.
Whatever you want.
You know what? I don't know how long ago it was off the top of my head, but I bet if we heard the number, it would be longer than you think. Or at least I think.
That's what he really wants.
Because it feels like it wasn't that long ago, but I wouldn't be shocked if it was like 6 or 7 years ago. I could be totally off here. Jason Witten? When he retired? That's what we're talking
Oh,
about.
no. I thought you were talking about how long ago I called this number. I was like,
Oh, I thought you were talking
6
about
or 7
Jason
years.
Witten. I was still on Jason Witten. I
No,
apologize, everybody.
No, it's been longer than that, I would guess. Wow, that's a good question.
This is where we need a penalty.
Top pair for Modelo.
The fucking last VPIP person fucking. Oh, 20.
Only 4 years. Wow. Uncle T is utilized theory. I would have definitely, obviously, got that wrong.
Bro, you made it, sir. Oh, it's not. You're fucking.
Toe with the pair. Modelo's still good with his ace 10.
You're the guy. No, you got nothing.
And he's going to get raised by Cam. Cam's got a pair of 9.
You're good. You're good.
Modello going nowhere, and he's good on the river here. See if Cam wants to keep telling the story that he's got a strong hand.
225.
And he bets relatively big, and Modello clearly doesn't love it, but I think he's going to find the call eventually here. Just pretty tough to flop, or excuse me, to fold top pair in this game.
You've been good to me, Chips.
He makes the call after I believe was a short prayer, and
Wow, what a hit roll.
wins the pot.
A lot more creative.
He had to kiss it. Kiss it before he puts it in with top pair.
Kissing top pair.
Well, you can see Optimize is up 3K.
I'm like, just top
Officially on the nose. Cameron down 1.2. And that, Poppy's up and has been up. Flacco's up.
a little eulogy. Dude. I haven't won beat this guy all night.
Just a good little $700 short stint tip, though. Everybody else. Burger is exactly even, which I never believe those numbers.
Bro, I've been holding straights and
As for as wild a game as this is, for the most stuff to be just 1.2Ks, somewhat surprising.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty easy to get
He hasn't been pulling any hand like
in over your head.
You
ran bad and
Draw the line.
made a couple ill-timed decisions. Jojo, King 10's off.
$50.
He'll 3-bet.
I'm like,
You kiss those? Hold on, you kiss those. Make sure you kiss.
Joe's got ace queen. Chose to limp it, and we'll see how he wants to play this. Now that there's $217 in the pot. He will raise to 350.
He says it's going to be a flop. Oh! Yes, there is.
Oh, and JoJo's all in.
Yes, there is.
With the most overrated hand in poker.
Yeah, he's fortunate to have live cards, but and Modelo's got king queen, but
I mean, Poppy's got a king.
1-1.
We have it in one. We should play bomb pot. We haven't played bomb pot. We should finish it with a bomb pot. It's almost there.
His heart is live.
You know,
His
we've done
10
this
is
stream
not.
once before. This is my stream. Optimized.
Oh, wait. Three-way all in? Good luck, guys.
Modelo out of there, so we're going to go heads up. Oh, no, Burger rips it with 7-5. Is that correct?
Bobby, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, they the end is near.
Wow.
They're going to run it 3 times?
Oh, I love that. I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Queens have been the hand of the night. The 3-way all in has also been
I
the
like the 7-5.
theme of the night.
I like the 7-5 of clubs a lot.
Oh, okay.
About as fair a fight as you can have 3 ways.
Yeah. There's
Queen in the window.
Ooh, and
King 10 also
Jack.
connecting.
Now
Clubs for
there's the
Burger.
Oh, the 10s are good for
Wow, JoJo gets
Comes
there.
from behind. He could hit a jack, a king, or a 10.
I tell you what, if there's such thing as deserve in poker, that man deserved to have a little run good.
Yeah, I agree. As we get to our last hand of the night, folks, it's been fun. This is Uncle T and Whammo. We are here at TCH Pushman in Austin for our 1-2-5 no limit hold'em VPIP voluntary put in pot
I'll go recruit more 2-5 players this stack.
Survivor Island.
Sir,
So basically, the game all night has been whoever has the lowest voluntary put in pot, in other words, the nittiest or tightest player at the table, they get voted off the island, and we've had a couple.
Right?
He's already there with all the chips.
No, I just gotta have the reassurance.
But
Then
we haven't
optimizes night.
Yeah, we haven't needed that for the action, really, have we? I mean, it's been crazy.
That'd be
But
nothing
fun.
if we change the game. That's right. Yeah.
It's going to make Monday, that tournament, feel a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a much different flavor. Basically, the entertainment is the high-stakes drama
Yes,
of
it is. It
seeing
is.
people make some of the bigger decisions, at least poker-wise, in their lives. But just watching very good players play a little bit outside their box is always a ton of fun.
Yeah.
Weird hairstyle. You?
I mean, I like to watch wrestling, and I like to watch golf. And
Perfect analogy.
Thank you.
That may be my favorite analogy you've made, and there's been quite a bit of them.
I talk metaphors, bro.
Yeah, I know, right? I got
metaphor,
more
yeah,
cards
that's
than more
Yeah, no, analogies are metaphor.
Cam, 3-betting, 7-deuce off on the final hand of the night. Nothing could be more fitting.
But I can imagine what you're talking about.
I do have a lot of grace from a person my age.
Burger makes the call. Modelo, he wants to play the last hand. He's got a suited ace.
All right, I need help. What do you guys need?
Flacco in there with 10-3 says, I'm not. Oh, he is out. Probably well advised with 10-3 out.
Made it? You already made it?
And top pair for Cam with a 7-deuce. And an open ender for Modelo with backdoor diamonds.
7-5, Burger.
Yeah, he's got to open it.
Check.
That
Burger hits a 9.
Burger
Goes ahead.
jumps ahead.
9 of diamonds would have been spicy.
An ace or a 3 for Poppy.
Oh, it trips
Oh,
sevens
trip
for
sevens.
Cam.
The 7-deuce comes through.
Could there be any more perfect ending
No.
to a
No.
wild stream
No.
of high VPIPs than 7-deuce winning the final
Listen
hand?
to the table reaction when this rolls over.
Unfortunately, Burger's going to get stacked. So Cam will take that down. A little over 500. Headed to his stack. And that'll conclude the action for tonight. We may get some final tallies here. Of course, we know Optimize, the big winner of the night, up 3K. A little over 3K, in fact. And here's your VPIPs, and these are wild numbers. If you're familiar with most VPIPs on streams, this is a major aberration. Cam with 84%.
It is, guys.
Optimize 76% and profitable, which is even more difficult to do. What a wild night.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Couldn't be more fun.
All right, well, we will be back Monday with the final table of our 100K guarantee event. We have multiple flights this week. Come hop into the action. Uncle T and I will be back with you. This has been TCH Live in Austin, Texas. I'm Kyle Frisbee. He's Uncle T. Have a great night.
Good night, Dustin.
Once you